Was there? Yeah. I can grab one. I just didn't. Maybe you want to.
With bro?
Water, please.
Yeah.
Good luck.
All right, 1, 2, 3.
Oh, man.
Nice.
Absolutely. Oh, and I got the rail behind you. It says HBT. Perfect.
Where's
Oh
Ralph?
my gosh.
He's
So
saying
good.
it feel good.
Thank you so much. And you didn't want to meet.
Anyone else water?
4,000, 15,000,
Water? Anyone else?
30,000. Thank you.
All right, guys, over here to the side too, we have a clock. So what I'll do is I'll announce how much time is left pretty much in between each hand. We're going to be at 4,000, 15,000, 30,000. Eric's going to be taking photos throughout the whole event too, so if you guys want to check out your pictures when you're all done, he's got his booth out there if you want to take a look at him when we're all done.
Yeah. I think I want to take a picture.
As soon as they
What?
come back, we'll...
Eric, make me look good, man. I want to take this picture.
There's no miracle
You
working.
always
Stop
look
it. There's no miracle working. All right, guys, you want to step on in?
Order, guys. One more. Let's say that.
Everyone right here we go. Yeah, last one. Good luck.
All
Yeah.
right, guys, go ahead and take your seat. I need the 10 of those shirts, life size. All right, guys, don't be afraid to clap, cheer them on, even if you don't know them, just pick somebody, cheer them on. We're going to introduce them all, and then we'll kick it off when I say cards in the air. Give us your loudest cheer you have, all right? All right, you guys ready for introductions? You guys ready for introductions? Good? All right. We'll do introductions first. Yeah. All right, guys, our final table here of 9 players. Let's give them all a round of applause. In the 1 seed, we have Kevin Saul from Countryside, Illinois, with 2,774,000 chips. Let's give Kevin a round of applause for the 1 seed. And in the 2 seed, we have Nick Davidson from Troy, Michigan, with 1,632,000 chips. Let's give Nick in the 2 seed a round of applause. Nick is actually in with a 375 qualifier, so
All
doing
in.
well here. And in the 3 seed, we have Phil Russo with 449,000 chips from Elmhurst, Illinois. Let's get Phil in the 3 seed. Round of applause.
All right, yeah.
And in the 4th seed, we have Levon Shafsma with 2,984,000 chips from Grand Rapids, Michigan. Let's give Levon in the 4th seed a round of applause.
Oh, last woman standing.
Is our chip leader here at the final table. And in the 5th seed, we have DJ McKinnon with 619,000 chips from East Amherst, New York. Let's give DJ in the 1st seed a round of applause. And in the 6th seed, we have Mike Kamajarian with 2,792,000 chips from Chicago, Illinois. Let's give Mike in the 6th seed a round of applause. And in the 7th seed, we have Greg Ramber with 1,023,000 chips from Raleigh, North Carolina. Let's give Greg in the 7th seed a round of applause. Greg is a former World Series of Poker champion. Greg actually has 4 wins with the HPT. This is his 6th final table. Greg is actually...
It's a good ratio.
Yeah. Let's give Greg another round of applause. Greg, what's your plans for the money if you win the money? If you win here today?
Goes in the bank room.
Goes
All
in the
right.
bank bill. All right, in the 8th seed, we have Matt Thomas with 1,778,000 chips from Chicago, Illinois. Let's give Matt a round of applause in the 8th seed. And in the 9th seed, we have Kenny Wynn with 1,130,000 chips from Lansing, Illinois. Let's give Kenny a round of applause in the 9th seed.
All right.
This is Kenny's 3rd HPT main event final table. He had a 3rd before and a 7th, so Kenny's looking to do better than 3rd place today. Let's give them all a round of applause. How you guys doing? All right, we say get the card for you and give them all a big standing ovation. How much food here?
Thank you.
Good luck, everybody.
Good luck, guys.
Appreciate
Play good, have fun.
my answer.
Or at least have fun.
Have a great old time.
Kenny's close.
Yep.
Do we have a tournament clock or no?
Yeah, it's over there in the corner. Hello, everyone. We're here at the Ameristar Casino in East Chicago, Indiana, where we had 506 players in the main event. We're down to our final 9. Let's get the cards in the air. All right, we've got 52 minutes left at this level. We're at a 4,000 ante, 15,000, 30,000 on the blinds. And Greg's going to be first act here in the 7th seed.
Oh.
Greg folds, Matt folds, over to Kenny now in the 9 seeds. Kenny folds over to Kevin in the 1 seed. Kevin folds. Actions fold around to Levon on the button.
I'll race.
Levon announces raise.
65. 65,000.
Levon raises to 65,000. DJ folds, actions on Cam in the big line. And Cam in the 60 is going to make the call. All right, going to be heads up here to the flop. Let's see the flop. Flop is ace of hearts, jack of hearts, 3 of clubs. Cam's going to be first act in the 6 seed. Checks over to Levon in the 4 seed.
Bet is 75.
75,000 is the announced amount. Actions back to Cam in the 6 seed. He makes the call. 75,000 and a call. All right, still heads up here. Let's see the turn card. Turn card is the king of spades. Cam's going to be first act. He checks over to Levon. Both players. Both players check the turn. Let's see the ripper card. Ripper card is the queen of spades. Cam is first act. Checks over to Levon.
100.
100,000 is the bet. Actions back to Cam in the 60.
Nice little run out for you.
Cam is going to fold and Levon's going to win the first pot.
All right.
Amateur.
Yep. I'm used to this.
Just over 49 minutes left at this level. Of course, 60-minute levels here at the final table still has up play. Just over 49 minutes, we're at a 4,000 ante, 15,000, 30,000 on the blinds. Our orange chips are 1,000 chips. The gray are 5,000. Tan are 25,000, and the blue chips are 100,000 chips. Started the tournament with 506 players. This is day 3 of the main event. That's going to be first act here in the 8 seats. 30,000 is our big blind. That folds over to Kenny in the 9th seat. Kenny folds. Action's on Kevin in the 1 seat. Kevin folds. Over to Nick in the 2 seat. Nick folds. Action's on Phil now in the 3 seats. Phil folds over to Levon in the 4 seat. Levon folds as well. Action's on DJ in the 5 seat. 30,000 is our big blind. DJ folds over to Cam now in the small blind. Cam's gonna make the call option to Greg in the big blind. And Greg's gonna raise to a total bet of 80,000. 80,000 is the bet. Action's back to Cam. And Cam's gonna make the call, 80,000. And the call gonna be heads up. Let's see the flop spot. Flop is 6 of clubs, 4 of spades, Jack of diamonds. Cam is first act in the 6th seat. Checks over to Greg. Greg's gonna bet out. 75,000 was the bet. Cam folds and Greg's gonna win the pot. Sorry guys.
Save his hand, fuck it ain't.
That's half my favorite hand. If it was 8 of diamonds, I'd have been willing to go all in. If it was 8 of spades, 8 of diamonds. Ready to get it all in.
Fuck
Greg,
it
you have
ain't.
anyone out there with you today cheering you on?
Not physically.
Not physically.
Thank
There you
you.
go.
Oh, wait, Bob's here?
Bob Chow.
Oh, yeah.
Nice job, Bob.
Ambassador.
About 47 minutes left at this all. We're still at 4,080, 15,000, 30,000 on the line.
Yep.
Kenny's gonna be first act in the 9 seats. 30,000 is our big blind.
Kenny,
Yeah.
why isn't he calling you Super Twan?
Yeah.
Super Twine folds.
He's got to win a pot. He's got to win a pot for Super
That's
Twan.
perfect.
Raise
Kevin's gonna raise to
75,000.
75,000. 75,000 is the bet. Action's over to Nick in the 2 seat. He folds. Over to Phil down the 3 seats. 75,000 is the current bet. Phil folds over to Levon in the 4 seat. Levon folds over to DJ now in the 5 seat. 75,000 is the current bet. DJ folds, Cam folds over to Greg now in the small blind. Greg folds over to Matt in the big blind. And Matt's gonna make the call, 75,000 and a call. Gonna be heads up to the flop. Let's see the flop. Flop is do some spades, 4 of clubs, 8 of diamonds. Matt is first act in the 8 seat. Checks over to Kevin in the 1 seat. Kevin's gonna bet out 100,000. 100,000 is the bet. Action back to Matt in the 8 seat. Matt's gonna fold and Kevin's gonna win the pot in the 1 seat. anyone out there with you today cheering you on?
My 3 parents, my fiance, my
Are they right here in
boudreaux.
the front?
Yeah.
All right, cheering them on.
My boudreaux.
Other friends out there? All right. Total 4,080, 15,000, 30,000 on the line. Just over 44 minutes left at this level. And Kevin's going to be first act in the 1 seat. Kevin folds over to Nick in the 2 seat.
Raise 75,000.
What was it? I'm sorry.
75,000.
75,000 is the raise by Nick. Actions filled out with 3 2 folds over to the bottom. 75,000 is the current bet. Don folds, DJ folds, Cam folds over to Greg now. In the 7 seat, 75,000 is the current bet. Greg folds over Matt in the 8 seat. Matt folds over to Kenny now in the big blind.
Thank you.
Kenny's gonna fold, and Nick's gonna take on the pot in the 2 seat. Nick, anyone out there with you today?
Not at the moment. They're on
Doesn't sound like it.
they're on their way.
They're cheering from home, they're on their way.
That's right.
You walked away.
Everybody goes to Chow. I got Bob Chow.
4,000,
Y'all got Bob Chow.
30,000 on the blind. Nick's gonna be first act here in the 2 seat. 30,000 is our big blind. Nick folds over Phil in the 3 seat. Phil folds, action on the line in the 4 seat. 30,000 is our big blind. The blind folds, DJ folds. Action fold around to Greg in the 7 seat. Greg folds. Over to Matt in the 8 seat.
Raise 75,000.
That's gonna raise to 75,000. 75,000 is the raise. Actions on Kenny in the 9 seat. Kenny folds, over to Kevin in the 1 seat. And Kevin's gonna make the call, 75,000. And the call gonna be heads up here. Let's see the flop. Flop is 9 of spades, 7 of hearts, 6 of spades. Kevin is first to act in the 1 seat. Checks over to Matt in the 8 seat. $120,000 is the bet by Matt. Kevin folds, and Matt in the 8 seat's gonna win the pot. Anyone out there with you watching
Not here, no.
from home?
Mhm.
We actually have, the live stream is twitch.tv/HBT Poker. Those who wanna watch from home. Just over 40 minutes left at this level. 4,080, still 15,000, 30,000 on the blinds. And Phil's going to be first back here in the 3 seat. Actions fold around to Greg in the 7 seats. Greg's going to raise to 60,000. 60,000 is the bet. Actions on Matt in the 8 seat. Matt folds over to Kenny in the 9 seat. 60,000 is the current bet.
Race.
Super toss.
Raise
210,000.
to 210,000. Re-raised by Kenny is to 210,000. Actions over to Kevin in the 1 seat. Kevin folds over to Nick in the 2 seat. Nick folds. Actions back to Greg now in the 7 seat. 210,000 is the current bet.
So
Kenny is
sick.
going to take down the pie.
Show the bluff.
Yeah.
Show the bluff.
That's all
No
you-
bluff, the
that's all
best man.
guys. He never bluffs.
Super toss, so sick.
Kenny, anyone out there with you watching today?
Yeah, a lot. All of them are my friend, but
They're
they.
That's a great answer.
Where's the wife?
Everyone's supposed to say Bob Chow. Bob Chow.
Yeah,
Kenny, where's the wife?
yeah. They call me. They all know.
Bob's going to be first back here in the 4 seat. 30,000 is our big blind. Actions fold around to Greg in the 7 seats.
Tell them, hey, you were late.
Greg's going to
Raise.
raise to 60,000. 60,000 is the bet. Actions over to Matt in the 8 seat. Matt folds over to Penny in the 9 seat. Penny folds. Actions over to Kevin now in the 1 seat. Kevin's going to make the call. Actions on Nick in the 2 seat. 60,000 is the current bet. Nick folds over to Phil now in the big blind. And Phil's going to fold. 60,000 in a call here. Going to be heads up to the flop. Let's see the flop. Flop is 4 of diamonds, 5 of clubs, 7 of hearts. Greg is first to act. Greg's gonna bet out 65,000. 65,000 is the bet. Actions over to Kevin in the 1 seat. And Kevin makes the call. 65,000 and a call. Still heads up here. Let's see the turn card. Turn card is the Queen of Clubs. Greg is first to act. Greg checks over to Kevin. Both players check the turn. Let's see the river card. River card is the 4 of spades. Greg is going to be first to act. Greg's going to bet.
125.
125,000. 125 is the bet by Greg. Actions over Kevin in the 1 seat. Kevin makes the call.
First place.
Greg shows ace queen. Queens and fours, two pair. Kevin folds and Greg is going to take down the pot.
Good hand, Greg. Lucky turn.
Yep. Nice hand.
Just over 33 minutes. So left at this level, still 4,080, 15,000, and 30,000 other lines. PG is going to be first act here in the 5 seats. PG folds, actions on Cam in the 6 seat.
Raise
Cam's going to bet 75,000 or raise to 75,000. 75,000 is the bets. Greg folds over to Matt in the 8 seats. Matt folds over to Kenny now in the 9 seats. 75,000 is the current bet. Kenny folds over to Kevin in the 1 seat. Kevin folds, actions on Nick now in the 2 seat. Nick's gonna make the call. Actions over to Phil in the 3 seat. Phil folds. Over to Levon now in the big blind. 75,000 is the current bet. And Levon's gonna make the call as well. 75,000. And call 3 players here. Let's see the flop. Off this Queen of Hearts, deuce of clubs, King of Spades. Levon is first act.
$125.
125,000 is the announced amount. 125, actions over to Cam. And Cam's gonna make the call, 125 in the call. Actions over to Nick in the 2 seat. And Nick's gonna make the call as well. All right, still 3 players here. Let's see the turn card. Turn card is the 5 of spades. Levon's first act. Checks over to Cam. Cam checks as well. Actions on Nick in the 2 seat.
Bet 300,000.
Nick's gonna bet out 300,000 over to the Levon. She folds. 300,000 is the bet. Action over to Cam now in the 6 seat. Cam folds and Nick in the 2 seat is gonna win the pot. All right, just over 30 minutes. We're welcome to this level. We're starting with 4,000, 15,000, 30,000 on the blind.
I wish I had some people out there cheering or something.
Yeah.
I cheered for myself
Me
when
and
I
Levon,
went.
me and Levon are gonna cheer that one. You guys can cheer that one.
She clapped when they beat you earlier. It's like, it's awesome. It's rubbing his face every time.
Sorry.
Yeah.
I like it.
At least they're not booing, I guess.
Yeah, good run out, good run out.
Exactly. Good run.
Yeah.
All right, just over
Like
30
mumbling
minutes left
yourself all
here.
mad. She's
We're at
clapping.
the Ameristar Casino in East Chicago. We had 506 players in the main event, down to our final 9. 9th place today is going to receive just over 14,000. First place, just over 166,000, plus a $3,600 championship package. 30,000 is our big blind. Cam is first act. He folds over to Greg in the 7th seat.
Raise to 60,000. Raise to 60,000.
What was it?
Raise to 60,000.
60,000 is the raise by Greg. 60,000.
Matt folds, actions on Kenny in the 9 seat. Kenny folds, over to Kevin in the 1 seat. Kevin makes the call. Nick folds over to Phil in the 3 seats. He folds. Actions fold around to DJ in the 5 seats. 60,000 is the current bet. DJ folds, and we're going to be heads up here to the flop. And let's see the flop. Flop is 9 of diamonds, 5 of clubs, 10 of spades. Greg is first act. Greg's gonna bet 65,000. 65,000 is the bet. Over to Kevin. Kevin's gonna make the call. 65,000 and a call. Still heads up. Let's see the turn card. Turn card is the 7 of spades. Greg is first act. Greg's going to bet 120,000. 120,000 is the bet by Greg. Actions over to Kevin in the 1 seat. And Kevin's going to make the call. 120 and a call. Still heads up here. Let's see the river card. River card is the 4 of diamonds. Greg is first act.
Check.
Check. Yes.
Both players check the river. Let's see a winner. Greg shows king, queen. King hearts, queen of diamonds. Kevin shows pocket 8s. 4 a pair of 8s. And a winner.
Great spades. Yeah, no, it's the first time I've ever lost to them. That's
Jack would be a money call for home. Right.
Just over 26 minutes left at this level. $15,000, $30,000 on the blinds. Greg is going to be first to act in the 7 seats. Greg folds over to Matt in the 8 seat. Matt folds. Actions on Kenny in the 9 seats. Kenny folds over to Kevin in the 1 seat. Kevin folds as well. Actions on Nick in the 2 seat.
Raise to 75,000.
Nick's going to raise to 75,000. 75,000 is the bet. Actions on Phil in the 3 seat. Phil folds over to Levon in the 4 seat. She folds as well. Actions on DJ in the small blind. DJ folds, Cam folds. And Nick in the 2 seat is going to win the pot.
Bob Chow, go to the baccarat table.
You're gonna go on breaks?
break in between hands he may run out there.
Depends how much you're playing for. If you can win more than here or more than baccarat, that depends.
About 25 minutes left at this level. 4,000 Andy. 15,000, 30,000 on the blind. Still 9 players left here at our final table. This is day 3 of the main event. Down to our final 9. 9th place today is going to receive just over 14,000. 8th place just over 18,000. First place just over 166,000. Plus our $3,600 championship package to the Thunder Valley Casino later this year. Matt is first act here in the 8 seats.
Will you break and take the orange off after this? Or?
Yeah, it must be.
Yeah.
We'll race up orange.
Matt makes the call of 30,000. Actions on Kenny in the 9 seat. Kenny folds. Over to Nick in the 2 seat. Action's folded around to Levon. She folds over to DJ in the 5 seat. DJ folds, action's on Cam in the small blind. And Cam's gonna make the call option to Greg in the big blind. And Greg checks his option. Gonna be 3 players to the flop. Let's see the flop. Flop is deuce of diamonds, ace of clubs, 6 of hearts. Cam is first act, he checks over to Greg.
Check. Check.
Action's
Check,
checked
check,
around.
check.
Let's see the turn card. 3 of diamonds is the turn card. Cam is first act, checks over to Greg. Greg's gonna bet.
35,000.
35,000 is the bet by Greg, 35,000. Action's over to Matt. Matt makes the call, 35,000 and a call. Cam folds. And we're gonna be heads up here to the river. Let's see the river card. River card is a 7 of diamonds. Greg is first act. Greg's gonna bet out 100,000. 100,000 is the bet. Action's over to Matt.
Raise 300,000.
Matt's gonna raise to 300,000. 300,000 is the raise by Matt. Action's back to Greg. Greg's gonna fold in. Matt's gonna take down the pot. Just over 21 minutes left at this level. 4,000 Andy, 15,000, 30,000 on the blinds.
Nice piece.
$30,000 is our big blind. Kenny's going to be first act in the 9 seat. Kenny folds over to Kevin in the 1 seat. Kevin folds over to Nick now in the 2 seat. Nick folds. Action's on Phil in the 3 seat. Phil folds. Action's on Levine in the 4 seat. She folds as well. Over to DJ in the 5 seat.
70,000.
70,000 is the raise announced by DJ. 70,000. Over to Cam in the 6 seat. Cam's going to make the call. 70,000 and a call. Over to Greg in the small blind. Greg folds. Over to Matt now in the 8 seat. 70,000 is the total bet. And Matt's going to fold. And we're going to be heads up to the flop here. Let's see the flop. Flop is 8 of spades, king of clubs, 6 of hearts. DJ's first act.
I've never worn mine.
Oh.
They just put them there on the table.
Oh, okay.
Just give me that one.
So,
It's fine.
Sure.
Oh, okay.
Thanks.
Yes.
DJ checks over to Cam.
That's 110,000.
Cam's going to bet 110,000. 110 is the bet by Cam. Actions back to DJ.
That's for later. I was like, man, give it a shot. That's for later.
Interesting game. When I handed you a shot.
Too many then, yeah.
All in.
All in.
DJ's announced all in.
One stack, please.
DJ's all in. Actions back to Cam. Cam folds. And DJ's going to win the pot.
All right, first all in.
DJ, anyone out there with you watching today?
Nobody in the crowd, but my great family and parents at home.
Family and parents from home watching online. Just over 18 minutes left at this level. 4,000, Andy. Still 15,000, 30,000 on the blinds.
Is that S for Superman or
This is Superman. Should be Super Twin. After this tournament, gonna be Super Twin for real.
Kevin's going to be first act in the 1 seat. Kevin folds. Over to Nick in the 2 seat.
Raise to 75,000.
Nick's going to raise to 75,000. 75,000 is the bet. Phil folds over to Levon. Levon folds. Actions on DJ in the 5 seat. 75,000 is the current bet. DJ folds. Cam folds over to Greg in the 7 seat. 75,000 is the current bet. Greg folds over to Matt in the 8 seat. Matt folds over to Kenny down the big blind.
Good hand, Nick.
Thank you.
Kenny's gonna fold and Nick's gonna take down the pot.
Go, Nick. You can keep the
Go
aces
on.
coming. Aces.
There's over 16 minutes left at this level. Started the HPT main event with 506 players down to our final 9. This is day 3 of the HPT main event here at the Ameristar Casino in East Chicago, Indiana. 4,000 Annie, 15,000, 30,000 on the blinds. Nick's going to be first act in the 2 seat. Nick folds. Over to Phil in the 3 seat. Phil folds over to Levon in the 4 seat. Levon folds. DJ folds. Cam folds. Actions over to Greg in the 7 seat. Greg folds as well. Actions now on Matt in the 8 seat.
super time.
Matt folds over to Kenny.
Oh, super twine. Oh, he's folding. He's folding. He pulled out way too many chips. Way too many chips. He put out 3 million.
Don't tell me I don't give you anything now.
Kenny folds and Kevin's going to take down the pot there.
Try to poker face here.
First walk of the day.
That was for Robbie Gold.
Yeah.
You guys washed his papers yesterday.
Why'd they cut him?
Did he?
Is that bad?
They cut him?
Yeah. I think they figured they suck, so why spend $3 million on a kicker?
Exactly what it was.
Yeah.
They used like
Out of both teams stuff, they don't make enough money.
I guess he's been having issues
gotta
with
get-
extra points. He missed 2 extra points in the last preseason game.
cares?
Yeah, he was in that great
He was
last
2 game winners last
People
year.
miss 35-yard field goals all the time. So
Whatever,
stupid.
he's great.
That's it.
I don't think he'll be unemployed for too long, unless there's like something.
Bills first actor, he folds.
Crazy.
He's worth $3 million though.
What's it?
Oh, he's not
Over
worth
to
$3 million.
DJ in the 5
Not to the
seats.
team, but some teams do.
I don't know if the teams can handle any variance. Like 2 kick
Actions
goals.
pulled around to Greg in the 7
I
seat.
don't
So
want to play
absurd.
with my kicker on FanDuel anymore. He's just gonna plug
You
and
just
play.
plug him in.
Greg folds over to Matt now in the 8 seat.
Can't play any other Bears.
Matt folds as well over to Kenny now in the 9 seat.
Color's a good flyer.
Huh?
Color's okay sometimes.
Sometimes.
No.
Kenny folds over to Kevin now in the small blind.
Raise,
Kevin's gonna raise
80,000.
to 80,000. 80,000 is the raise amount by Kevin. Over to Nick now in the 2 seat.
That's all Nick.
And Nick's gonna make the call. All right, heads up here. Let's see the flop. Flop is 3 of hearts, ace of hearts, queen of hearts. Kevin's first stack.
Yes.
Kevin checks over to Nick.
That's 50,000.
Nick's gonna bet 50,000 and Kevin makes the call, 50,000.
In case the heart comes.
And the call. Let's see the turn card. Turn card is the king of clubs. Kevin checks over to Nick. Nick checks as well. Both players check the turn. Let's see the river card. River card is the 8 of diamonds. Kevin's gonna bet 75,000. And Nick's gonna make the call. Let's see a winner. Kevin shows ace 6, pair of aces. Nick folds. Kevin's gonna win the pot.
Heart bet. Thanks.
All right, just over 11 minutes left at this level. Still 4,080, 15,000, 30,000 on the blinds. Levon's gonna be first act. Levon folds, DJ folds over to Cam, he folds as well. Actions on Greg in the 7 seats. Greg folds. Over to Matt in the 8 seat. Matt folds. Over to Kenya now in the 9 seat.
Super tomorrow.
Kenya's gonna fold over to Kevin now in the 1 seat. 30,000 is our big blind. Kevin folds over to Nick in the 2 seat. He's in the small blind.
Waiting to win my first pot. Just want one for the fans.
All in.
All in?
One stack forward, please.
I guess
Nick
I
is all in out of the 2 seats.
I guess
Nick
I
is
have to
all in.
look.
Actions on Phil in the 3 seat. Phil's gonna fold and Nick's gonna win the pot in the 2 seat.
Okay.
Just over 10 minutes left at this level. Still 9 players here at our HPT main
You're
event.
crazy if you go all in.
Final table.
Would you have moved all in if I were?
My first all in. Not really, but I had 10 big blinds.
Still have 10 big blinds.
Do I? If you
Yeah,
count
they
that
count
one.
the small.
Yeah, if you include that.
Funny thing is, if I raise, you fold, and then you
Probably. Yeah. Probably. You're right.
All dynamics change.
30,000 is our big blind actions folded around
That's
to
about
Matt
having a stack like this.
in the 8 seat.
Yeah, but you're not going to raise me on the button.
Matt folds over
Well,
to
you're
Kenny
not
down
going
the
to
9
raise me on
seat.
the button either.
I mean, I still will.
You still will.
I said it really bad. If I was suited that way.
Your quality will go up a little bit.
If I was suited that way.
Kenny folds over to Kevin in the 1 seat. Kevin's going to raise to 65,000. 65,000 is the raise by Kevin. Nick folds over to Phil. Phil folds as well. Actions over to Levon in the big blind. She folds, and Kevin in the 1 seat's going to win the pot.
Sounds good.
Thank you.
$15,000, $30,000 on the blinds. Cam was first act. He folds over to Greg.
Raise 60,000.
Greg's going to raise to 60,000. 60,000 is the raise amount. Matt folds over to Kenny in the 9 seats. Kenny folds over to Kevin now in the 1 seat. Kevin folds over to Nick in the 2 seat. 60,000 is the current bet. Nick folds as well. Over to Phil in the 3 seat. Phil folds. Actions on Levon now in the small blind. She folds as well. Over to DJ now in the big blind.
All in.
DJ's announced all in. Out of the 5 seat over to Greg. Greg's going to make the call. All in and a call.
All in call.
DJ shows pocket jacks and Greg shows pocket jacks.
Man, you guys wasting my time.
Good hand.
Good?
Yeah, flush draws.
I'll take a sweat either way. Three diamonds or 3 spades.
Yeah?
Yeah. TV. One of
Yes,
them.
you are.
All right, DJ
I
has
know which
Jack
one
of
I'm cheering
Hearts.
for.
No, go ahead. As long as I don't lose, then that's fine.
Yeah.
We can,
DJ
we can
has
sweat
Jack
it
of
out
Hearts,
for
Jack of
30
Spades.
seconds.
Greg has Jack of Clubs, Jack of Diamonds. DJ's Tournament Life. is
Put
at
another
risk
jack
here.
on the board.
Let's see the flop.
The first all in the calls.
Kenny's asking for a jack. 4 spades, deuce of hearts, 9 of hearts.
All right.
DJ does have the free roll with the
Yeah,
hearts.
I get offered
Either way,
it.
you
and
want
then-
to sweat, you get the sweat.
Yeah.
Let's see the turn card. Turn card is the deuce of clubs. Let's see the river card.
Chop it up.
River card is the 8 of hearts.
that
It'll
would
be a
be
chop
Yeah,
hot.
you to flip it.
Yeah.
Or flop the 3 hearts.
Yeah.
Did you pull in any money from anyone? Or is that just Andy's in the small one?
Just Andy's in the small.
Yeah.
Good job.
I'm gonna keep a cob chop.
I got one more.
All right, just over 5 minutes left at this level. 4,000, 80, 15,000, 30,000 on the blinds.
So it was even?
Shouldn't have been even.
Shouldn't have been even.
There was one extra orange.
Yeah, I
have an
know.
orange
There
right
should have
there.
been one extra one.
Should've
And he
been
got
an
it.
She said she found
No,
one.
I haven't.
No, so it was
actually
even.
done
So
that.
he actually got the
I got
extra,
the-
and then you got
and
the
then you
other
got
one,
the-
so it's
yeah.
even.
Right, but
I
remember
know,
I
the
said
pot
he's
that
saying
should be
it's
over.
with
The
15,000
total pot
small
was an
blind.
odd number,
It's an odd number.
No, there's 36. It's 4,000 innings, right?
but it's a 15,000 small blind.
Small one.
Oh,
But
15,
at this
you're
point,
right.
we're not going to know what
Move,
happened.
let's move
I'm
this
not
guy.
worried. I'm not worried about it.
Yeah, but I'm just saying,
Unless I bust.
mathematically, there should have been an
So
action.
we can read it.
Sure. Details.
Oh, sure we pulled the small blind in at all?
I put 15 in.
15.
Who's the big blind? So were you guys chopping the small blind then?
Yeah.
15?
Yeah, yeah. Just
And
think
the
that
Annies.
plus the Annies should have been like 25 and 26 for each of us.
I'm not
Maybe,
sweating.
maybe someone didn't get $1 back on their Andy, whatever.
Go to the cameras. Pull it up.
Pull it up.
Take 20 minutes.
15,000, 30,000 on the blinds. Action folded around to Kenny in the 9 seat.
Chair. I'm doing that race off.
Kenny folds over to Kevin in the 1 seat. He folds as well. Over to Nick now in the 2 seat. Nick folds. Over to Phil in the 3 seats.
All in.
Phil's going to be all in out of the 3 seat. Levon folds over to DJ now in the small blind. Phil is all in out of the 3 seat. DJ folds over to Cam. Cam's going to make the call. Let's see the hands. Cam shows ace hearts, jack of clubs. Phil shows 10 of clubs, 5 of clubs.
That's right.
Phil has 10 of clubs, 5 of clubs. His tournament life is at risk.
10, 10, 10.
Cam has ace of hearts and jack of clubs. Phil's tournament life is at risk. Let's see the flop.
Two pair on the fly.
Flop is jack of hearts, queen of clubs, queen of hearts. Cam does pairs jack. He is currently in the lead
What's the
with 2
card?
cards.
King of clubs, Kevin? Yeah. No, make it 9 of clubs. Give him a floor.
Let's see the turn card.
Yeah, I get straight draws.
Just sweat, right?
Turn card is the 4 of hearts.
Party's over.
Game over.
Let's see the river card. River card is the ace of diamonds. Cam's going to make 2 pairs. Let's give Phil a round of applause. 9th place for Phil Russo.
Well played, Phil.
I blame Brian.
Brian's fault?
It's all Brian's fault.
Nice handling.
Hey, can you move that Levon? Have my dealer.
Good hand. Wow.
Nice call, Mike.
Yeah, really stepped out there, huh?
Suck down the river.
I mean, he's tight. I probably wouldn't have called him with ace jack.
Just shake some hands here.
Yeah, ballsy call.
Yeah.
I like yesterday, all I heard was you yelling and stuff.
Good luck.
Why didn't I call it a tender?
Last minute.
Oh, yeah.
What happened?
There's something where how someone couldn't call it with ace 10 at your table.
Yeah, somebody, he opened.
Oh, no, he opened and his buddy
he opened
shipped on him.
Yeah.
So he folded ace 10.
It's a little fishy.
I think he truly believed he should fold ace 10. Probably a good fold. I wouldn't have folded.
Yeah.
The guy couldn't win a pot.
You got me ready?
No,
I think she might have grabbed me.
she didn't.
Yeah.
You didn't have anything
Count,
right
just
there.
count. Just count. 8, yeah. I'm pretty sure.
You
I didn't put
definitely
it in.
had nothing
Yeah. I didn't know that.
Unless she
I wish
grabbed
she
yours
grabbed it,
first and then put it back there.
Come on, Kenny. Stay awake.
Yeah. You're right. There you go.
Super Twan, always trying to pull some shit.
Already, buddy?
I will on my drink. I will on
All
my
right,
drink.
well, just over a minute
Just
left
thinking about the back table.
at this level.
Sorry. It's okay.
Phil did leave us in 9th place with 14,505. 8th place today is going to pay just over 18,000. Still 8 players remaining here at our final table. Just under 1 minute left at this level. Players will be on a 10-minute break here while we race off the orange chips at the end of this level. Action's folded around to Kevin in the 1 seat.
Raise.
Kevin's going to raise
69,000.
to 69,000. 69,000 is the raise. Over to Nick in the 2 seat. He folds. Action's on the bond now in the 4 seats. Bond folds over to DJ on the button. 69,000 is the current bet.
Call.
DJ makes the call. 69,000 and a call. Cam folds. Greg also makes the call. Going to be 3 players to the flop on this hand. Let's see the flop. Flop is 6 of clubs, 10 of diamonds, 6 of diamonds. Greg is first act. Greg checks over to Kevin in the 1 seat.
Check.
Kevin checks. Over to DJ in the 5 seats. DJ checks as well. All 3 players check the flop. Let's see the turn card. Turn card is the 7 of hearts. Greg gets first act. Greg is going to bet. 100,000 is the bet. Action's over to Kevin in the 1 seats. Kevin's going to fold over to DJ. DJ folds as well, and Greg in the 7th seat is going to take down the pot. All right, players, clock has paused. We're going to race off the orange chips here.
You guys want, you can stick around and we'll do it for you so you can enjoy the break. It's
I
up to
have
you.
100.
Yep.
How long's the break?
10 minutes.
We'll go on back right now.
Got 130 cards to be back in the air at 140. Take us about 10 minutes to race off these orange chips.
If I got the similar chips as Kenny, I must be a great player.
You guys both at 1.1, 1.2? Yeah.
Both at 1.1.
1.1. We both have the same.
I have exactly 1.1. I think he has 1.105.
Yeah, a little bit. Yeah.
Yeah. 1.7, 1.9.
What do you have, Kenny?
He got one. I got 1.1. Let's say 1.1. You got 1.9.
1.9 even?
Yeah.
1.92 even.
Is it 9 or 9.2?
They wanted that.
Yeah. 1.9
Okay,
is
yeah.
1.9, so this is correct. And
Yep.
Kenny, where you were.
Testing.
So
That's not 1.9. You got 18. 1875.
Sorry, I counted
19.
wrong.
And
1920.
so 1.92.
Yeah, yeah. Oh, my mind.
Thanks, Greg.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure.
Sometimes I'm not good at math.
Well, you're used to doing 3 different increments of chips, and kind of screws you up on before with the orange ones too. And,
I don't know if you know Ben Chen at all. You know who he is?
No, I don't
He's a
know.
poker player.
kind of a numbers guy.
He's co-author of the Mathematics of Poker, and one of his
It is turn on.
quotes is "Math is hard." And he says it about himself when he does like just a simple arithmetic and stuff. He's like, math is hard. I mean, he's a guy who
Kevin in the 1 seat has 3,110,000, and Nick in the 2 seat has 2,065,000. Levon is now in the 3 seat. She's got 2,835,000. DJ has 680,000. Cam has 2.370, 2,370,000. Greg has 1,100,000. Matt in the 8 seat has 1,920,000, and Kenny also has 1,100,000. Kevin in the 1 seat is our current chip leader. New blind level, 5,000 Annie, 20,000, 40,000 on the blinds.
He has 13 cards. He would look at it for about 4 or 5 seconds, and then he'd be like,
He just knows.
everyone else has to sort them.
Right, yeah.
He just spreads them, looks for like 3 to 6 seconds, and then he's like 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, you know.
Wow.
Boom, boom.
All right, guys, 5,000 Annie, 20,000, 40,000. Go ahead and deal.
First guy to set
We're
his
going
hand
out to Vegas for the
Final table.
from everyone,
the main event.
or
So
the last guy to
take
set.
some
8
days
players
off.
remaining here at our final table. 8th place today is going to receive just over 18,000. 7th place, just over 22,000. First place, just over 166,000. Kenny's going to be first act here in the 9 seat, 40,000. 2040 is our new blind level.
But no one plays that kind of shit.
Kenny's first act, he folds over to Kevin in the 1 seat.
I played it before. It's a really fun game.
I don't think anyone plays traditional Chinese hardly. It's all open face.
40,000 is our big blind.
Race. 90,000.
Kevin's going to raise to 90,000. 90,000 is the bet. Actions folded around to Cam. Cam folds as well. Actions on Greg now in the small blind. 90,000 is the current bet. Big folds over to Matt now in the big blind.
You win.
And Matt folds, and Kevin's going to take down the pot in the 1 seat.
Okay, go ahead and select Annie's, but don't deal, okay?
Yeah.
You have fun in Vegas this year, huh?
The only World Series, Fred? Where'd you do?
Venetian, yeah. He come down there, but he didn't Venetian. He didn't deal a lot of
Yeah,
Series.
right?
7 weeks.
Yeah. And it's like the MSPTs there, so I must have seen you there, yeah.
That was the last tournament, though.
First tournament.
Still have 8 players here at our main event final table. We started with 506 players down to our final 8 here at the Ameristar Casino in East Chicago, Indiana. 8th place is going to receive just over $18,000. First place, just over $166,000, plus the $3,600 championship package to our championship event later this year at Thunder Valley Casino, just east of Sacramento.
That's a nice package.
What's the championship package, or what is that?
Yeah, it's trip to Thunder Valley, right?
Yeah.
And playing in the main event.
Yeah, buy a bigger man.
I think it's like $2,500 buy-in,
Yeah.
1,000 hotel.
Yeah.
travel.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. If you win first, the package go
You
with
get
you.
that
When
with
does
it.
that go there?
Huh?
Or you can register
Yes,
it?
all the winner. Most
All the winners
SPT
get the
winner go there.
package, but anyone else can enter.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right, studio audience,
It's
while we were
open
on
to-
break,
It's open to the world of
we put
21
one
and
envelope
above.
with $500 underneath your chair.
I mean, if,
Some
yeah,
money
if,
here.
if you got money, you can go there and then
Yeah.
play for 25. But if it's 9 that you win this tournament and you get a free package, go with
That's
it.
not bad.
Thunder Valley, nice. I've never been there.
Yeah, it's Palm Springs.
I think he's messing with
No, it's not Palm
Sacramento.
Springs.
You're messing with
us.
I think it's outside of
Oh, Sacramento. They have one in
Got
Palm
live in
Springs
the
too, don't they? Around Palm Springs?
They have had an
I have
agency
a
in the
blister
past
on my
in the Palm
thumb
Springs
from
area, but
opening this
not currently.
water
I know.
water
So tight and
bottle.
cold.
But,
I know.
no,
I'm like,
Thunder
what is
Valley's
that?
nice.
Oh, that's the water bottles.
I mean, it's kind of like out in the suburbs, so it's not like, you know, there's
Right in the middle of everything.
nightlife and all that stuff going on. I'm not a big steakhouse guy, but everyone talks about their steakhouse being a lot better than most.
They're right.
I like ethnic food more than steak houses, so I'd rather go to a dive Jamaican place than the best steakhouse in the world.
They're the total opposite.
Do they give you more
They're the
tips
total
for-
opposite from there. I'm not a big,
like
you wouldn't think
spicy
so, but I'm
food?
pretty fussy.
Indian food?
That's not spicy.
You don't think so? No.
I like
What do you think spicy? Thai food?
Thai is much spicier than Indian on average. I mean, anything can be super hot spicy.
Yeah.
But
Indians are
Well,
different kind of
Vietnamese.
spicy.
All right, back to the action here. 57 minutes left of this
Knock
level.
your ass.
5,000 Annie,
Capsaicin.
20,000,
Yeah.
40,000. Go ahead and deal.
Right.
Thai chili pepper is super hot. I love the flavor. If they breed like a Thai chili pepper that doesn't have all the capsaicin in it, I'm like gonna make.
Kevin's gonna be first act here in the 1 seat.
Huh.
That's why I'm so used to hot, because I loved the flavor of the Thai chili pepper so much. I wanted to have more of it.
Kevin folds over to Nick in the 2 seats.
Yeah, the tolerance to capsaicin, but the flavor is, constant.
Nick folds over to Levon.
Check, check. Are we live? I believe we are.
Levon folds over to DJ
Hello,
in the
everyone.
5 seat.
Thanks for tuning in. My name is
90,000
Corey
is the
Stewart.
current
I'm with
bet.
Heartland Poker Tour
DJ's gonna raise to 90,000.
We
Cam
are
folds over to Greg
broadcasting
now in the
live.
7th seat.
from Ameristar Casino Hotel, East Chicago. 1650 main event.
90,000 is the current bet. Matt folds over to Kenny in the big blind.
8 players left, 166K up top. Kevin below above Saul in seat 1. You're looking at Kenny Gwynn. Fossil Man Raymer at the table, DJ McKinnon, a few of the notables. Chip leader at the start of the day was Levon Sharpsky. 4 seats, she came in with 2.98 million.
Kevin's at him at a direct. That's good.
It's a nice shot of the table.
That's fine.
Really?
And if it's too
A
hot,
few crowd members in the background there.
Appreciate it.
like I'll pay for the one that was
So we had 506 entries in this main event.
seriously tell me it's honest. They want the chef does not have
Good
to
numbers
worry
all week long. The series started off last weekend with a $300 main event, $300 side event. We had over 1,300 entries for that event. First place paid $54,000.
Nice.
So quite a payday there. All right, right into the poker action here.
90.
Levon looking down at Ace King suited.
Actually pulled her around to Greg in the 7th
Blinds
seat.
at 2040. She makes it 90K. I think we're going to have trouble seeing DJ's cards all day in that 5 seat. For whatever reason, our antenna's not picking up those whole cards. Bud Raymer's got the fish hooks in the 7th seat.
260,000 is the re-raise amount by Greg.
Raymer bumps it up to 260. Over to Matt Thomas in the 8. Matt, local from Chicago, lists his career winnings at $10,000.
That's going to fold over to Kenny in the 9th seat.
Kenny in the 9, quite a character. Guy had a lot to say this weekend throughout this main event. It was very entertaining. Seems to be a little quieter today than he was in the weekend leading up to this final table. Vaughn chooses just a call there. Nice little pot, 620K. See a flop, and Raymer gets the best of that. It's that set. Levon really has no piece of that, so she'll probably be able to get away from this pretty easily. Again, we're here at Ameristar East Chicago. It's in Indiana, just 20-25 minutes from downtown Chicago. Great location, great event. Participation was up all week long in all the preliminaries, probably 20 to 30%. Again, that opening event, $300 monster stack, had over 1,300 entries. Great event. We love coming here.
Levon's going to fold in. Greg's going to take down the pot.
It wasn't a good bet.
200K bet takes down the pot. Nice little pot for him
You
there.
know, first I thought.
I think we got a show.
Wait,
He did show
is
the
that
jacks.
different?
Next stop for us at HPT is Golden Gates Casino and Poker Parlor. Kicks off with a $300 monster stack at the end of this week. Thursday or Friday would be the first flight of that $300.
I had the same thing yesterday.
And the main event the following weekend.
I just kept
go to Golden Gates. From there we go straight to Daytona Beach, Florida. And then we head out west. Peppermill Reno. We haven't been there in several years.
You were at the table.
We'll be there
I was only at the table like for
through
1
October
hand.
10th. And from Reno, straight to Lincoln, California, for our season 12 championship event at Thunder Valley Casino Resort.
Yeah, Levon, he was sitting
That'll
on
be
like
a
C2.
$2,500 buy-in.
Oh,
For
really?
the schedule for all those stops available at
She was in C2 or something.
HPT-poker.com.
Oh yeah, you're right. I had
We hope to see you all
What
there.
she was using isn't working though. No one was seeing it. That's why she moved it.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
The
they said
camera's
that.
not working?
That's what they said. This camera's not working.
That's why she moved.
Yeah, she moved that. Yeah.
Getting all my paperwork situated
Good
here in
move.
front of me
Like,
so I can give
I had to like move my cards over to where
all
he
the
is.
viewers a little
Yeah.
background
So I
on
just
some of these
kept
players. A lot of action going on in this hand. Of course, everybody knows who Greg Raymer is, former world champ. As many of you know, he was also 2012, I believe, HPT Player of the Year. Winning, I want to say, 3 events in a row, maybe 3 out of 4. It's an unheard of, very impressive feat. Matt Thomas here in the 8, going to make a raise with that ace-4 of clubs. Again, Matt's a local guy, software developer. Originally from Schaumburg, Illinois, so he hasn't traveled too far in his 28 years. Kenny on the button has to decide if he thinks Matt's just making a position raise and he can squeeze him out, or if he thinks he's got a real hand here. This is Kenny's 3rd final table with HPT. List here on his info sheet that he's got a 3rd and a 7th. I believe that 7th came in this January when we had a prize pool of just under $1 million, 671 players here.
Nick's going to fold, and Matt in the 8th seat is going to win the pot.
Matt wins that one. A little boost to his stack.
I thought you were going to raise or do something.
No, Kenny Hollywood's every hand. Stop it, Kenny. Stop it.
Hey, I'm on TV, man. I don't have too much TV
Yeah,
time.
yeah,
Gotta do some
yeah.
Hollywood in
We
a
only
minute.
have the room till midnight. Let's go. Pick it
Kenny,
up.
if you want camera time, talk. Do something entertaining.
You
Don't sit there
Kevin
with
saw
your
in the 1
8-7
talking
off.
to Kenny in the 9. I was telling Kevin last
nowhere near
night
that
that
Like you saw
Kenny's been pretty
it.
quiet. A few final tables that he's made all weekend long. He's been talking. So Kevin just told him, "You want a little camera time? Start
Hey,
talking."
like the ace, Kevin.
She'll get out there.
Kevin, like the nut diamond yesterday.
That was a slow roll.
That
That was a slow roll. The guy could have had him covered and he was never folding his hand.
Actually pulled around the bat in the 8th seat.
So all these
And if he
players
would've
came
pulled
in
his
pretty
hand, his wife should ask for
early
a
in the
divorce.
structure
That's like
today. They
1%,
finished earlier than
like
usual
perfect-
last night.
perfect 7.
So they're all pretty deep. Average stack was almost 50 big blinds when play started here.
Poor
about an
guy.
hour
He
ago.
thought he was in great shot.
Hour and a half, I suppose.
You didn't even feel bad, did you?
So we could be in it for the long haul.
Polka, that's nothing to feel.
You never know how long these final tables are going to last. Sometimes they'll be 5 to 6 hours. We've had some of them drag out to
He's probably wondering if his
15 hours.
Exactly.
When he gets tired at that point, it really affects the game.
Was he going to come in with like a flush draw?
You want to think
It
about
bumps
it?
it up with the 7s.
What did you say, 95?
Levon's going to make a call.
You tell them that at the Thai restaurant.
She may not have placed her cards in that square, so we in front of her, so we don't know what she's got.
King of diamonds, 10 of diamonds, 6 of clubs. Levon has the first act.
Oh, okay.
I always make sure they just touch
She is going to fire out on that King 10-6 flop.
95,000. Next we go to Kevin in the 1 seat.
Kevin's facing a 95K bet. Kevin has
240.
an extensive resume, a lot of success. This guy's
240,000 gets raised by Kevin. Levon folds.
back in 2007, I believe it was, the Bellagio Cup. Does lay down the 7s there, and Levon scoops the pot. Oh, I apologize.
Sounds good.
Pushed her off.
I knew habaneros were really hot, so I was like, well, be careful. Probably isn't an issue.
Yeah, well, Kevin doesn't have his career earnings listed on his sheet here. He's up in the millions. He's got quite a successful online campaign too.
Yeah,
He's a good amount of money. His online handle below above. I didn't get a chance to ask him what that means, so I really don't know
Over
where
48
that
minutes
came from.
left at this level. 5,080, 20,000, 40,000 on the blinds. Cam's going to be first act here. He folds over to Greg.
Got several grinders and poker pros here at the table. We also have
Folds actions on Matt now in the 8 seat.
several non-poker players. Matt Thomaser, as I said, software developer. Levon, the lone woman at the table, is a psychologist and therapist. Nick Davidson in the 2 seat is a dentist. Phil Russo was our first elimination of the day. Went out shortly before this last break. He was down to, I think he said 8 or 9 bigs and had to just put it in there. Tried to play position to take it down with 10-5. He got called.
I'm gonna raise.
Did not work out well.
220.
Kevin opens the pot here with the ace-3. Makes it 90K. Levon pops to 220 over to DJ. DJ's got 700K career earnings. Plays a lot of circuit events, I believe.
They have those hot chili eating contests. Have you ever seen that?
I don't want to do that. I can enjoy the name.
Yeah.
Another reason I want the time for somehow flavor of it. So I'm wondering if it's hot or not. Hot, just as hot.
Right, yeah.
It's bad flavor person. It's hot, fine. It's not hot, that's fine.
Kevin here in the cutoff, deciding whether or not he wants to make that 130,000 chip call. Knowing that he's got position on Levon, if he does want to see a flop,
Kevin's going to make the call.
he does
220
make the call.
and a call.
So we'll go to the flop with a pot of 520,000 already.
Heads up here to the flop. Let's see the flop. Flop is king of clubs, 9 of hearts, 10 of spades.
Wow,
Levon's first act.
it's another set.
120.
Levon picks up the 7-10. She's not gonna play that slow, bit of a scary flop. Not for her so much, but
120 is the current bet.
I guess it's not really very scary for Kevin either. He'll be able to get away pretty easily here.
And Kevin's going to make the call, 120 and a call. Just give her a great chip, one great chip. All right, 120 and a call. Still heads up here. Let's see the turn card. Turn card is 7 of hearts. Levon's first act.
Does make the call. 7 of hearts comes on the turn. No help to him. Levon's in the driver's seat. Let's see if she steps on the gas.
200.
It's a good size bet. By no means am I a poker pro, so I apologize.
200,000 actions. Over to Kevin.
With my commentary on the poker play. We'll be joined here pretty soon. You know, Kirk Fowler from the City Poker Productions is going to come sit in. And we've got a few other pros in the background. We've got a side event running over here. $200 tournament. So if anybody fun jumps out of that and wants to sit in here, they'll be more than welcome to.
You blocked it?
I just said.
Huh?
I just said.
Vaughn takes down the pot. As I mentioned, Kirk followed from Windy City Poker.
Whatever,
Join
watch
me here in a
Twitch
little
TV
bit.
in half an hour.
Kirk set up this week.
Glad I
We
didn't
did
get
a
frog
live
there.
streams of preliminary events. Something new that we've never done before.
Anyone out
It was fun.
Yes, yes.
There
I
in the
was hoping
tournament
you'd
area,
ask.
we had a little
My brother
more
Jeff is
devoted
behind
to
me. He introduced
the
me to
live
poker
stream.
10
Throughout
years
the day,
ago.
we'd have featured tables in the seniors event, the $300 monster stack. We did the 6-handed final table, the 6 max. It's been a lot of fun. So again, thanks for tuning in. My name is Corey Stewart. I'm with HPT. We're here at Ameristar Casino Hotel, East Chicago. Blinds at 20K, 40K with a 5K. A lot of characters here at the table. Another greatly successful event ran by our tournament director, Jeremy Smith, and his staff of wonderful dealers and supervisors. You got Fred there in the box. He's a traveling dealer that comes with us from stop to stop. And Mr. Kevin Saul.
90,000 is the raise. Nick Foles.
Looks down at a pair of aces.
DJ in the small blind.
He's hoping to get some action from somebody here. Getting that RFID technology works. There's a tiny wire in each card. There's an antenna under each of those boxes in front of the players that reads that wire. And we've got a piece of plywood underneath of our table. The table base itself, the insert, is just a little too thick, we think, for that 5-seat. The cards can't quite be read by that antenna. It only reads about an inch, inch and a half.
Day 3 of the main event.
So Kevin gets no action on the aces. On to the next hand.
1,650 was the buy-in.
8-handed. This was 1650. Let's see. We have a couple guys that are able to satellite their way in here. Got a great satellite system. Our qualifier is $200 qualifier, 1 in 10 advance, $375 qualifier, 1 in 5 advance. We run those throughout the week, as well as I think we had 6 to 8 side events. Great turnout here this week. Thousands of poker players. Good food venues, nice rooms here in East Chicago, Indiana. Just about 25 minutes from downtown Chicago.
90,000. 90,000 is the raise by Nick. LeVon Folds, DJ Folds over here.
Looks like LeVon did satellite. She says she's invested $750 to get here. Looking at a first place prize of $166,000. That would be a nice ROI for her.
Nick's going to win the pot in the 2-seat.
Nick takes that one down with the Queen 4.
I'm going to try to play my A game today.
No pushback.
Just over 41 minutes left at this
Nick is also in on a
$375
$375 investment. He got in on one of those qualifiers throughout the week. He's from Troy, Michigan. He's a dentist. Made the trip down to play in the tournament. Says his wife, Farah, is in the audience today for the taping. So while we do have the live stream, we will also turn this into a 1-hour length TV episode to be broadcast down the road.
Actions pulled around to Nick in the 2-seat. Nick Folds.
You need more dance, Kenny.
Huh?
You need more dancing.
Yeah, I know.
LeVon Folds over to DJ in the 5-seat.
I don't see him back there now, but we did have Chicago Joe, cover boy for Ania Magazine, in the audience back there. Joe's been in and out all week. I think he played in the seniors event. He put together some great notes for me today. Thank you, Joe, if you're listening.
90,000.
Full of stats and various information. We had 3 Chicagoland HPT main event winners make yesterday's day 2. Casey Carroll, who won this very event back in April, went out on a flip. I think he went out around 13th or 14th yesterday. Eddie Ochana won an HPT event way back. Made day 2. I don't think he got very deep in the day. And Mike Puccio also busted out in the first hour or 2 yesterday. Puccio, a great friend of ours, good guy. Won an HPT main event, I believe, in 2015. here at Ameristar East Chicago.
See the flop. Let's see the flop.
So Mike raises with the 8-9. Matt Thomas comes along with the suited Jack-9. 7-7 deuce flop.
And checks over to Cam. Cam's gonna bet. 120,000. 120 is the bet. Action back to Matt.
Mike throws out a bet of 120,000. Let me get you a little information here on Mike. Mike Kamanjaran from Chicago, Illinois. Kamanjaran, I hope I'm pronouncing that
That's
right.
gonna fold, and Cam's gonna win the pot of 60.
Mike first to go by Cam, so that's what we'll call him from here on. Came into the day with 2.7 mil in chips. Lists his occupation as a trader.
Yeah, my buddy George.
George, former final tableist of the HPC.
Multi.
Final tables.
He's a stack man.
Yeah. I already have more camera time than he did in 2 episodes. But.
Came in for 90,000 in career earnings. No plans for the prize
3
money.
minutes left at this level. 5,000, 20,000, 40,000 on the blind. Our gray chips are 5,000, and our 25,000, and the blue chips are 100,000 chips. Kevin's first act here in the 1.
You can hear our tournament director Jeremy Smith there identifying the denominations of the chips. Those grays are 5K, the gold chips are 25Ks, and the blue chips are 100Ks. Nick, UTG +1, gonna open this pot up with ace jack offsuit. Bumps it up to 90K. LeVon's gonna call with her queen jack suited.
90,000 is the current bet. Greg Bolt over Matt now in a small blind.
Got a lot of background noise here. I apologize if you're picking that up at home. Again, we do have another side event running behind me. It's a $200 monster stack that we ran for Labor Day.
And Benny's gonna fold. And we're gonna be heads up. See the flop. Let's see the flop.
Nick and Levon to the flop, 280K in the pot as we see a flop of 10-5-5.
First stack to the 2-seat. Checks over to Levon. Levon checks as well. Both players check the flop. Let's see the turn. Turn card is a 3 of spades. Nick is first stack.
Levon, originally born in Canada, currently lives in Grand Rapids, Michigan.
Levon checks as well. Both players check.
Good check on the 3 of spades turn to the river.
River card is the 4 of spades.
Either of them improves, so Nick with the best hand, ace high. See if Levon takes a shot at it. No. They check it down and nothing after that pre-flop action. Nick's going to take the pot down. Nick looks familiar. I think he's played a lot of these HPTs. Again, he lists his total career winnings at 10,000, says this is his first final table. Pretty quiet here. It's Kenny Supertwan. Wynn looks down at the ace-6. This guy is a character. I know I've already said it several times. If we can get him talking, he's quite the entertainer. Kenny is going to raise the pot. Makes it 110 to go. See if Kevin wants to play the Battle of the Blinds game or if he's just going to let Kenny take this one. All right, he's going to come along. Here we go. Queen 4 deuce, really no help to either player. This could be fun. Love to see a little table chatter between the two, and I'll be sure to shut my mouth if it happens. Here we go. Kenny fires out a bet, and Kevin decides to play back with that 10 high. I love it. Makes it 250K.
You're so sick!
These two were jawing back and forth last night. They had a lot of fun. Clearly have a history with one another. I think they've played together a lot. Both from the Chicagoland area. This is HPT's 7th trip to Ameristar East Chicago. Someday soon, I'm telling you folks, we're going to push over that 1 million mark. This prize pool in the main event is going to hit $1 million. It was $725,268 this time around, with $166,806 going to the winner, as you can see there on the bottom. Phil Russo, first player eliminated today, did go home with $14,505. Not too shabby. If you haven't played an HPT event before, I encourage you to go to hptpoker.com. Check out a list of our upcoming stops. There are schedules for most of those stops already online. Tournament buy-ins begin often below $100 with qualifiers and satellites. We've got side events that usually start at $100 to $150. A good chance to come out and make some money. We like to call it life-changing money here on the HPT. Raymer opens this pot with 3-6. It's probably not going to get any action, and he doesn't. Easy scoop. As a poker player, I would imagine you take those pots all day long. If you raise with 6-3 and you're able to get away with a pot before you even see a flop, you're probably a happy camper. Of course, Greg Raymer knows what he's doing with total career earnings of over $7.6 million. 4 HPT wins, 5 final tables. I believe his last final table with HPT was in early 2015 at Indigo Sky Casino in Wyandotte, Oklahoma. Also at that final table, Craig the Legend Casino, all-time money leader on the HPT. Greg Raymer right up there. I think he's number 2 behind Craig. There's a little gap, but you know, I'm going to have to look that up. If Greg were able to win this event today, he may, don't quote me on this, may overtake Craig as the all-time money leader on HPT. Of course, Craig Casino has seen tons of success. Upwards of 30 cashes, over 10 final tables. Craig was here this weekend, snuck through on his first bullet, I believe, on flight A, and wasn't able to get anything going yesterday afternoon. Kevin below above Saul makes it 90,000. Nick wakes up with 10s in the small blind. Elects to just call. Levon could call here as well. We might have a 3-way pot. She does indeed. Well, this is fun. We're going to have some action between Nick and Levon here. Nick checks his set of 10s. Levon checks her king-high flush draw. Kevin coming in third place there. As you can see, he's 4% to win. Going to the turn. Jack of clubs really doesn't change a whole lot. I guess brings up straight possibilities. Wow. Check, check. Kevin might fire at this pot, not knowing that he's only got a 3% chance to win with a set and king high flush draw behind him. Bets 150 into 310. Nick just calling. That surprises me. You'd think with the diamonds out there and the straight draw, he'd be wanting to kind of put some pressure on these other two players. Levon makes the call as well. River 7 worked out okay for Nick. The non-diamond river. Nick checks again. Kevin probably knows at this point he's going to have to bet to win the pot. He does decide to check. Nick's going to take that one down with a set of 10s. I'm not a professional. There's a reason that I'm here in the commentary booth and not at the table, but I would think that Nick would have benefited from a bet there at some point. Could have got a little bit from Levon along the way with that flush draw. But as it is, he takes down a healthy pot. Knocks that stack up to $2 million. Again, these players came in pretty early in the structure, midway through level 25, I believe. It's not uncommon for us to come into level 28, sometimes level 29 for these final tables. With them coming in so early, they're all very deep stacked. Average stack was about 50 bigs at the start of the day. We're at 20-40 blinds with, I believe, a 5K ante. Again, those gray chips are 5Ks. The golds are 25Ks. And if you see a few of those blue chips floating around, those are 100K chips. Matt Thomas looks down at ace king of spades. Oh, here we go. Fireworks and a possible chopped pot. Kenny has ace king as well. See Matt there's a slight favorite, 52% to 48, due to the fact that he's got the spades. Better chance of a flush. I think Kenny's probably going to repop here. Kenny makes it 290. Wow, Levon looks like she's got a tough decision here. And she does call. Be interesting to see Matt with 1.7 million. He's still, he has plenty of chips. By no means does he have to push here, but I don't think it'd be a terrible play if he did come over the top. He's not folding, I think we know that much. The winner of this event, in addition to the $166,000, will get a $3,600 championship package to go play our championship event at Thunder Valley Casino, just outside of Sacramento, in late October. And there you go. Matt does raise it up to $1 million. Wouldn't be surprised if Matt and Kenny get it all in here. The question is going to be, what does Levon have? Will she want to come along and play? Oh, good.
Kenny's going to make the call, but it's for lefts here. Levon folds.
There you go.
Hands. Ace King is shown for Matt. Ace King
I wonder what LaVon had there. So Kenny wins tournament life at risk. As it stands right now, he's in good shape for a chop pot. The next player eliminated will take home $18,132.
All right, Kenny's tournament life is at risk here. Kenny has ace of clubs, king of diamonds. Matt has ace of spades, king of spades. Kenny's tournament life is at risk here. Let's see the top.
Two clubs and a spade. Both players with a backdoor shot to flush the other one out here. Oh my goodness. There you go. 3 clubs. Now a club gives Kenny the double up. It's one more club. Matt's just hoping for the chop at this point. And it is the 4 diamonds, so it'll be a chop for those two. And they more or less split what LaVon put in the pot, in addition to those antes and blinds. So again, we had 506 total players. 54 of them got paid. Mid cash in this tournament was $3,119, 166K, plus that $3,600 championship package up top. The winner will also receive that HPT bracelet. We just added that to the lineup late last year. We've done trophies before. We've done high fives. We added the bracelet, and players seem to like it, so I think we'll keep that around for a while. It's a very nice sterling silver bracelet. And look at that, Mr. Greg Raymer. You can hardly see him covered in all those patches. Looks down at a couple Cowboys. 2 red kings. Opts for the min raise, the under the gun min raise. Now, does that scream strength? I don't know. I should probably avoid getting into any in-depth poker discussion with myself before I get ridiculed in the Twitch chat. Cam will probably play here. Big blind, 10 jack suited. That's one of my favorite hands. Five, 3, 3. I should go ahead and throw it out there that I'm a St. Louis native. It's tough for me to spend an entire week up here in Cub country. But you got to give props to the Chicago Cubs this year. 40 games over 500 is an impressive feat. Of course, us Cardinal and Cub fans like to jaw back and forth. Cubs got the best of us last year, knocking the Cardinals out of the playoffs. And I think it'll be a fun October this year. All of these players started the tournament with 30,000 chips. Blind levels on day one. Flights were 40 minutes apiece. Today's blind levels are all 60 minutes. Pretty amazing to think. Everyone started with 30,000 chips. And now a big blind is more than that starting stack. We are at 20K, 40K blinds with a 5K ante. Cam knocks it up, 110 to play. Raymer could defend with his ace-high big blind here. Acey Deucey, he's along for the ride. Puts on his invisible glasses. And we go to a flop, 2 queens and an 8. Couple hearts. You are watching exclusive live stream coverage of the HPT main event final table from Ameristar East Chicago. Not a lot of help here for Raymer. Of course, if he calls, it's because he thinks his ace high is good. He's got 7 outs there, as you can see in the top of the screen. Those 8s and 9s will give him a chop. The 2s would win the pot outright. But he does lay it down, and Cam takes down the pot. Cam, also a Chicagoan, made it through on 1 bullet. This 1650 main event is a re-entry event. Ignore those blind levels in the background if you can hear them. So our supervisor John Hagberg running the $200 side event behind me. Levon was our chip leader at the start of the day. He's at 2.1 million now. No longer the chip leader, but still quite a healthy stack. Matt Thomas defends with the 8-6 of spades. So heads up to the flop, Matt and Levon. 8-7-6. Matt gets the best of that, but Levon with the open-ended straight. Could be a fun one. Matt told us beforehand that he doesn't have a lot of poker experience, but I can tell you I've seen him play the last couple days. Very cool, calm, collected. Made a lot of good calls. Made some really tough calls. Of course, with poker, there's a lot to learn, but I think a lot of the great players just have that natural ability. Go with their senses. Queen of spades on the turn goes check, check. Jack of hearts on the river. It's Matt's hand. As long as he's not bluffed out of the pot. 250K to Levon. Levon cashed in the ladies event at WSOP. It was her very first WSOP event this summer. She plans to take a portion of her winnings today and purchase a 70-inch TV for her husband. What a nice lady. So we're 8-handed here at Ameristar East Chicago. Here's a look at your chip counts. DJ's short with 14 bigs there. Kevin Saul with 76 big blinds. It says a lot about our structure. We get a lot of feedback on how players really enjoy this structure. 30K chips, 40K blind levels on day one, 40-minute blind levels on day one, 60-minute blind levels on day two, and the final table. This allows for a lot of play. Levon bumps it up to 90K with that ace-queen suited. Ace-jack, even as a low-limit grinder, or low-limit recreational player, I should say. You know, ace-jack is just one of those hands. It's tough to play. Matt does lay it down. Kenny lays down his king three, and Levon scoops another pot. You hear tournament director Jeremy Smith say that we're going to bump up the blinds here in about 13 minutes. Right now they're at 20K, 40K. Looking at my notes here from Chicago Joe of the Ante Up magazine. He's got a few notables that came and played this week. Recently retired Chicago TV news anchor Ron Majors, a bit of a local celebrity in the Chicagoland market. Finished 5th in the HPT Bounty Tournament. Ron Majors also finished runner-up in the HPT 2015 Seniors Tournament here at Ameristar East Chicago. Columnist and film critic Richard Roper came out and played this week in the Seniors event. You may know him a little better if I say Ebert and Roper. Richard Roper, I believe, used to work alongside Roger Ebert. Nick opened this pot up with ace-queen offsuit. Raymer makes the call with the jack-10. And Matt also calls with his ace-9. Three-way action to the flop. There you go, Nick. It's a gift-wrapped flop for you. 2 queens and a 3. Last time we saw Nick with a big hand, he hit that set of 10s and played it a little too slow. Didn't make much off of it. This is as safe as a board can get for ace-queen. Queen, queen, tray, rainbow, no flush, no straight, and this time he does decide to bet out. Unless somebody wants to get funny here. That might be the end of this hand. 175,000 is the bet over to Mr. Raymer. Greg does call. So a number of reasons he could call. He could be looking for a runner-runner opportunity here. And there's part of that, and he's now open-ended. Or Greg could think that Nick was on air. Hope that he checks here, and Greg could take it down with a bet. Of course, we have the luxury of seeing hole cards. We know that Nick is not on air. He's got trip queens. Looks like 200,000. 225. Those gold chips again are 25K chips. 9 of those equals 225,000. And that's the bet that Greg Raymer is facing with his open-ended straight draw. Looks like I will have a partner in crime here very shortly. Kirk Falla of Windy City Poker Productions. Going to join me for this commentary session.
Happy to be here, Corey.
Welcome, Kirk.
So pretty straightforward poker so far at this final table.
Yeah, we haven't seen anything too crazy. Nick had a set of 10s a minute ago. I don't know if you saw that. He played them pretty slow and didn't make a whole lot off them. He won the pot, which of course is what's most important.
He was trying to get Kevin to put some more money in the pot, and Kevin did not bite.
It's true.
Could have been an interesting with Levon having the flush draw there.
Yeah, the
Kevin
king high flush draw didn't come, so. Wow. Good check there by Nick. On the river, he baits Raymer into a bet.
Greg knows the only way he can win this pot is he has to bet it.
Exactly. That's why it was a great check. Back to Nick. He's contemplating, oh my gosh, how much can I get out of this guy? Well, if he raises, that's it. He's already maximized his profit, I would say.
If Nick puts Greg on a king here, he'll probably make a 3x raise on this bet. If he's just going to make the call. I missed most of the betting, so maybe maybe Nick's a little worried about pocket pair that hit a full house. Maybe king queen, because Greg has had king queen several times at this final table.
He has. I think we've seen that already. Nick's played a little cautious, it seems like. I just came in on the last break, so I didn't see how the first hour of play went, but scooped a couple good-sized pots. He's up to 1.8 mil now. I was telling the folks at home that Kirk Fall here alongside of me with Windy City did come in and do a live stream for us this week. First time we've ever done that on HPT. We had a feature table for day 2 of last weekend's $300 Monster Stack. That one had over 1,300 entries.
Phenomenal event.
Yeah, we also had a feature table on the seniors event. There's a look at your chip counts. Nick up to 95 big blinds. This late in the tournament, that's pretty impressive.
Absolutely. There's a lot of play at this final table, a lot of play in the main event and all the events as well. The side events, event number 1, seniors event, even the nightly tournament. You start with 10,000 tournament chips, so it's a great value. If you're coming out and you want to spend $100 or $16.50, you get the most play that you get for your dollar, which is great.
I'm pretty proud of our structures here at HPT. Doesn't matter where you're at, we travel from coast to coast, Northern California to Southern Florida, and everywhere in between. So hit up hptpoker.com, find a stop near you, and tournament buy-ins generally start at around $100.
Action folds around to Greg Raymer in the hijack. He's going to get out of the way. Now, one thing, Nick, who you say is playing pretty cautious, I want my dentist to be cautious. So I don't want him to be like, nah, we can pull that tooth out without any anesthesia. No, it's fine, it's fine.
It's a great point. Nick, a dentist in Troy, Michigan.
Oh, Nick gets a walk with ace-queen. Well, it won the last time. It's not going to win this time, right? Roulette poker.
Oh, but it did. I think if I got dealt ace-queen every hand in a tournament, I like my chances no matter who I'm up against. As long as he can pull those cards, he's in good shape.
You give me ace-queen, I'm most likely rebuying. So as you guys might have noticed, DJ's card reader is just not picking it up. It's just a circumstance with live productions. We moved Levon over so her card reader would work. But so far DJ's hands that he's played, he's gone to showdown. Pocket jacks. Only one hand did he not go to showdown, but I believe he had a king on a check raise.
DJ is our short stack, along with Raymer. I think they had 12 and 14 blinds coming into this hand. So they're both looking to make a move here pretty soon.
506 players down to the final 8. Action folds around to Kevin Saul.
minimum cash. I don't have payouts right in front of me, but I think minimum cash now for 8th place.
18,000 maybe.
18K and change. Of course, everybody's going after that 166K up top with the $3,600 championship package and that beautiful HPT bracelet.
Kevin raised to 90,000 with 6-5 of spades. Levon has defended a couple times. She's going to make the call from the big blind. These two have tussled so far. Flop is 9-4 deuce. We don't know what Levon has yet. There she goes. She's got a 9, so she flopped top pair as the graphics catch up. Kevin completely missed, so his only way to win this is to make a move here. He's already made a move a couple times at the final table, and this worked. And I think he's setting her up here. There are a couple cards on the turn that might give Kevin straight draws and flush draws.
I'm not sure what's going on with our hand graphics there.
Well, I'll tell you this right here. Kevin's just got a 6-high straight, and
did he hit the straight there?
Yeah,
I missed that.
I believe he's got a 6-high straight.
Okay.
Yeah,
there you go.
3. And Levon's just got top pair with the gut shot. So Levon can only chop this pot if it goes to river. Kevin right now has just hit exactly what he was hoping for. He did get the 4, so as the graphics catch up. Now, there are 3 clubs out there, so he might not get too crazy on this. Yeah, he's just going to make the call.
Yeah, we're pretty much caught up.
The river's a club. It might go check, check here.
Mm-hmm. That would be a scare card for sure.
10 of spades. Okay, so Kevin's definitely going to call any bet here.
Yeah, well, of
other
course.
than a crazy, open shove.
I can't see Levon putting too much at risk here, though.
200,000.
It's a healthy bet. I expected to either see a snap call or a raise after some thought.
This is a good spot here for Kevin to get some more information for later in the tournament. If he just makes the call, Levon is going to show down 9-6 for a pair of 9s, and that might help him later on in the tournament. Kevin's the type of player that will remember betting patterns, betting tells, certain hand gestures you may have done. Betting, as far as Levon betting 200,000, it's a very small bet compared to the 1 million that was in the pot. Last time she did that, she had a set, and she led him the whole way. I think Kevin wants to raise here, but he's thinking, I could get myself into trouble here.
Yeah, I think that's really the only debate, isn't it? To just call or to raise. Can't see him folding this here, that's for sure. I do have the payouts in front of me now. 8th place is going home with 18,000. 7th, 22,000 and change.
He is going to raise.
Does range. 6th place, 27K.
And that's a dejected look right there.
Yeah. You're right.
It's a nice little tickle raise here. Levon makes the call, is going to see the bad news.
Wow. So she lost about 1 million chips on that pot, huh?
Yeah.
A little bit at a time, but that was a big pot for Kevin.
The rest of the table did not like to see that. They do not want Kevin to have as many chips as he does. It makes it harder for them to try to take down this event. Kevin's a seasoned professional. He was only in for 1 bullet, and he plans on buying lots of makeup with his prize pool, whatever he finishes. Wonder what 18,000 right now would get you in 160. And go on Amazon and try to sign him up for Amazon Prime, get free shipping.
Kevin lists his biggest life accomplishment as conning his fiance into saying yes.
Mr. Matt Thomas, who played at the feature table on day 2 when we did the side live streams. He's got ace jack suited here, sitting on a stack of 2 million. Blinds are 20 and 40, so he's got 50 big blinds, very deep. Gonna pump it up to 90,000 maybe.
90,000 is the raise right now.
Telling the viewers at home that I saw Kenny just chopping it up with everybody at the tables all weekend long. Really hoping we can get him to chatter a little bit here at this table. He's quite
He's
the
just gotta
entertainer.
win one pot.
Well, he won one earlier.
Yeah.
And him and Kevin got tangled up in that pot where Kevin bluffed him out of it and came out of his shell a little bit, but
All right, so if DJ's got anything marginal here, he's just gonna put the rest in. Nope.
tell by the look on his face, he's probably just getting cold cards, and he looks a little frustrated over there.
Every time we look down, he's 6 high.
Yes,
5 high.
yeah. DJ knows what he's doing. 700K in career earnings. Not his first rodeo.
Blinds are going up 25 and 50, so DJ just has 10 big blinds right now, and he will be in the small blind. So he's roughly got about a rotation and a half before he's got to find a spot and go with it. Chip leader is Kevin Saul now with 4.1 million, more than 100 big blinds.
Nick more than healthy. Cam, Matt, and Levon right there in the middle. Kenny just under 20 bigs. He's looking for a move, but he's not. It's not as urgent as it is for DJ and Raymer.
A lot of opportunities for Greg to steal when he's on the button, with Kenny being in the big blind and Matt being squeezed right between. A little tougher, though, for Kenny to steal with Kevin and, let's see, number 2. Losing my mind here today. Nick.
Who's Nick the dentist?
Yes.
Dr. Nick.
Don't tell him that, because if I need a filling, he's going to drill, baby, drill. My favorite hand here, pocket 4, is the Barack Obama.
Is this the one?
Now, blinds are 50,000.
I believe he, I think
he
Greg
should.
just pushed, yeah.
Yeah, 455,000 is the bet. My thoughts on pocket 4 is you have to be the first to put all the money in, otherwise you will lose. He is going to get a call here.
He
Let's
is.
see if my philosophy works. If you call in all of the 4s, you lose, but if you shove with it, Barack will get you a bailout.
Let's not get political.
My apologies. All right, so nobody else is going to be involved in this hand unless they have a big pocket pair, maybe ace-king. We're going to go to showdown here.
Yep, it is going to be the 2 of them. So Raymer, tournament life at risk here.
Literally 50-50, flip a coin. Greg will get up to 20 big blinds if he wins this. Kevin will get up to 130 big blinds probably.
Let's get a sweat here either way.
Paired board. 7 deuce 3.
It's pretty safe for Fossil Man.
All of Kevin's outs are still live. The RFID takes into account cards that have been shown or folded. And right now, Kevin is looking to pull one of those 6 outs. He needs an ace or a queen, or he will double up Fossil Man.
There it is. So Greg gets the much needed double up. Now he's got about 25 bigs to work with. A little buffer zone. Not a huge hit to Kevin's stack, as he was the comfortable chip leader coming into the hand. You can see Greg's fossil there. Every tournament he plays, whoever he eliminates, Greg Raymer gets a fossil from the Fossil Man. I asked him how many of those he buys at a time. He told me he goes once a year to a minerals festival in Tucson, Arizona, and he buys those by the thousands. By the thousands.
Well, he's already given out 3 of them. He invested $6,600.
That would be, yes, you're right. He's given out 3, and he's
got one more ready, but
living
he's
on that 4th bullet.
He's hoping to take it home.
Yeah.
See, Greg knows that in the way that his style is, you get a lot of chips early, you can pretty much secure yourself a cash or even a final table. And for players that don't necessarily have the bankroll that they've built up, you know, it could be tough to play against players like that. But, you know, if Greg's first bullet worked out where he ends up with 100,000 at the end of day number 1, he's in for 1 bullet. Levon in the cutoff with pocket 6s. 100K to go.
TJ with that dejected look that's become all too familiar. Cam's been pretty quiet as well. Lay down the suited 8-7, and Raymer lays down the 5-2. Levon takes it down.
These players are so deep right now that it's going to be a lot of raise and take. You might see a move or two out of Kevin. Kenny doesn't feel like he's in the mood to try to bluff. Maybe if he picks up some more chips, he might try.
Yeah, I've already established to the viewers at home, by no means am I a poker pro. I have no idea what I'm talking about. Do you think in a position like this where they are so deep stacked and Kevin's got the healthy lead and the experience, is it best for him to put the pressure on and try to see how well he can stack up, or should he just sit back and coast for a little bit and let some of these guys knock each other out?
Well, like you, I'm not a pro, but I've noticed from a lot of broadcasts that I've done and a lot of events that I've covered, Kevin's probably going to open up a lot when he's first in the pot and put the pressure on those to his left. He's raised Levon a couple of times. He's not afraid to play big pots against players like Kenny. His situation, though, he's going to try to stay away from Matt, I believe, and stay away from Greg as much as he can. This is an interesting one right here. We got 2 players. We're just going to chop all these pots today.
Yeah. Ace, king, ace, jack, ace, jack.
We've had 2 all-ins that have been chop pots so far. One of them more exciting than the other. So we're heads up here.
Had a lot of paired flops since I sat down here about an hour ago. A lot of them. 10-6 deuce, 2 clubs, no help.
Now the graphics popped up a little faster than the actual video feed is because the video feed's on a 1 or 2 second delay when it goes through the system. So that's why we'll see it sometimes beforehand. Jack of clubs on the turn.
This will get a little action.
Neither player with a club draw. Betting a call probably. Nick puts out what, 180, 150? 130.
Dr. Nick makes it 130.
The psychologist says, yeah.
She read right through that.
Well, if your hand was good on the turn, it's still good on the river.
It's a very hip hairstyle for a dentist. My dentist is a great guy, but he's an old man, and I would laugh if he had that hairstyle. $160 to Levon.
Now she lost a pot to Kevin a little bit ago, so she's a little frustrated, but she does make the call. She's going to see there's a chop. Split it up. It's going to make her feel a little bit better now.
She was on a bit of a downward slide there for a while. Picked up a few chips there. Of course, she just won the pot with 6s before that, so back up over a mil.
Levon was at the feature table on day 2 a couple of times. She was a little nervous playing at the TV table. Didn't play very many hands, as she had mentioned on the broadcast, and which is a good thing because she's here at the final table. Who knows, if she wasn't at the TV table, she might have played some hands she didn't like and not be here right now. Guaranteed at least $18,000, playing for $166, which even after taxes and tip, 6 figures going home with.
That's right. Top 2 players both guaranteed 6-figure paydays today. Second place is going to get $101,973.
Levon was born in Canada.
I'm not sure what the argument is here.
They weren't sure which cards
oh, okay.
belongs to who. Levon spent $750 to get into this tournament through satellites. She decided to play one more final satellite to get in, and it's worked out for her, and she's going to play more poker with her winnings and buy her husband a 70-inch TV. Get one of those new 4K TVs. Go to Little Guys Home Technology. David Wexler, who was nice enough to do our live stream commentary for the seniors event and event number 1. I bought my TV from him, and my sound bar, and my parents a brand new TV. I think he's actually playing today. HPT for first time here, having a $200 tournament on the same day as the main event final table. There's more than 89 players in this one, so come January, make sure you know that even on the final day of the TV taping, there's going to be a nice tournament probably. Come out, win a couple $1,000s, have a good time. Now Greg's going to raise it up here with Jack 7. I like doing this. Whenever there's some sort of thing that distracts everybody from their hand at the table, you know, it's a good spot to take advantage.
Unfortunately.
Now here's, you know what I'm noticing? There we go. Kenny did not fold, but this is a bad timing for Greg.
I like the thought process behind what you were saying, but it doesn't work out very well when the big blind's sitting on aces.
The raise is to 100. Kenny would be out of position the whole hand, so obviously he's going to re-raise. Question is what's the amount that will get Greg to come back over the top? Now, Greg has a hand where he won't come back over the top, obviously.
225 is what it looks like.
Yeah, Greg's going to say, all right, I should have just... Okay, hand's dead. Greg folds into Kenny's hand.
Kristen in the box now, another traveling dealer with HPT.
Great staff, great group, great dealers, every stop. No matter if it's in Florida, Michigan, Missouri, soon to be Nevada, California for the championship event.
We get a lot of compliments on structure and staff, and they never get old. Jeremy runs a great tournament. He's chosen some great supervisors and dealers to come along and travel with us. Everything runs.
And you can always challenge Jeremy to a free throw competition, too, anytime.
Yeah. Jeremy Smith, our tournament director, I believe is 6'8", 6'9". He's pretty short. He's a little guy. I don't think I've seen DJ play a hand since I jumped in the booth here.
Cam in the 6th seat. First name is actually Mike, but he likes to be called Cam. He's going to play Queen 8 off here. You haven't seen Matt play a hand in a while. So I believe Mike raised to 125. Matt made the call. So we're heads up here. Matt's got King, Queen. Cam's got Queen 8. And Cam outflops him. Usually this happens in an all-in situation with me. I get it in with the dominated overcard, and they hit their 3-outer. Obviously, Cam's going to continuation bet here on this board. Can't put Matt on a 3. He just got there. And if Matt completely missed, which he obviously did, Mike could probably take it down. Oh, the wheels are turning in Matt's head here. Yeah, he changes his mind. You'll see that a lot. Players necessarily are not going to act as quickly as they would in the first couple levels or in a smaller buy-in. You know, you don't want your opponents to know how bad your hand actually is. But then again, it also sets you up for later on when you want to float a player. Floating being calling with the intention to take it away from them on the turn or river. It's a good opportunity for you to pick up some extra chips when you float a player and it works.
DJ, 9 big blinds. Really looking for a spot here.
I'll be surprised if it gets through the button through DJ. He is going to be +1 right now.
Mm-hmm.
And let's see. He's looking down. He sees a card. He sees another card and says, I don't want to do it. Never mind.
There it is.
Be excited to see what this is. So 450 is the bet, 450-ish. You can get through these guys here. Might not get through Kenny. Kenny's on the button. He's got 2 really good stacks to his left.
He
which
does
is why he
push
gets
him
out of the way.
down, yeah.
Kevin's got an ace, though. He's got an ace, 3.5. Well, it's going to work.
Nobody wants to gamble.
6 high for Nick. Too many chips for him to call.
It was just enough, you know. I think 100,000 less, and Kenny or Kevin, either one might have been in there.
So DJ just picked up an entire rotation of chips. Depending on how many chips he has right now, a lot of players will say, don't count how many big blinds you have. Count how many hands you have until you are broke. Your M.
Mm-hmm. M, of course, factors in antes. The M, what's the calculation for an M? Is total number of antes in one orbit plus 1 small blind and 1 big blind.
Correct. So blinds are 25-50 with a 5. There are 8 players. So that's 40,000 plus 25 plus 50. So an M, 115. So it costs you 115,000. Well, duh, it's right there. That's what the pot is.
Mm-hmm.
Costs you 115,000 to see 8 hands. So DJ's got 560. So he's got an M of 4.8, which is roughly about 35 hands. So he has a lot of hands that he can see before he makes a decision to get in. An M is a good use for when you're playing qualifiers, because you don't have to win. You just need to have chips. So if you have a very strong M, you could probably outlast a couple other players and win yourself a seat if you play a qualifier.
Pretty basic concept, but it's fun and really interesting to see some people come in and play those qualifiers. They'll jump out to a huge lead, and they could just coast to the seat. Again, you're not trying to win in a qualifier. You just want to get your seat. So in our 375, for example, you just want to finish in the top 20%, and then the tournament's over, and you get your seat. And you see so many people that just continue to play.
Just press and press.
And they'll dump it. They'll dump it all away, and somebody could be sitting there with 3 to 4 big blinds and coast to a seat, when in reality they should have been the ones at risk of not getting that seat.
I qualified for event number 1 with an $80 qualifier. I had one ante, and I was forced all in 5 times, and I just kept winning and winning.
For those that think that Kirk is lying, I can verify. I was there, and it was pretty entertaining. The whole tournament was kind of behind you.
Yeah.
You were playing blind at a couple points. It was fun to watch.
5 for 5 on blind all-ins. Once with aces.
Back to the poker action here.
Betting to take it for Kevin.
And that's that.
So you can see there, Kevin's playing against Levon a good amount here. Obviously, when he's on the button, she's in the big blind. Levon cashed in the World Series of Poker Ladies event.
Over 41 minutes. Left is at level 5,000, 25,000, 50,000 in the black. Again, first action folds over to Greg.
Greg Raymer, 6th final table, 4 first place finishes, Ace King. Makes it 100,000 to go. Kenny with a suited ace. He's going to want to see. Ooh.
Interesting.
Kenny's waiting around.
Interesting.
I did not expect that.
Tight play.
Kenny's made 2 HPT final tables and a WPT final table. Finished 3rd at the Heartland Poker Tour and finished 7th.
Not sure what DJ has here, as we've mentioned before. Bit of a technical difficulty in that 5 seat, but if he does shove, he will get called. Okay. So min raise from Raymer. So DJ does make the call.
Probably sitting on a hand, suited connectors, 2 pink cards.
That could have hit him.
Queen Jack of clubs would be my thought if he continued there. Greg is got the best hand according to our graphics. He's got the gut shot straight draw if he is behind. He's also got the ace or the king. And Greg's going to put out a little tickle bet, and DJ gets out of the way. So DJ did not have any hand there that was strong enough to go all in, see all 5 cards. He obviously did not have anything on below end, so we can always assume that his cards were higher than a 10 at least. No flush draw. Loses an extra 50,000 there, but he still has enough chips to kind of wait around and find the right spot. At least another 2 rotations. Heartland Poker Tour, East Chicago, Indiana at the Ameristar Casino. 506 players down to final 8. $750 some odd $1,000 prize pool. 166,000 for first.
Big payday. We always do well here. I alluded to when I first sat down that I think it's only a matter of time before this main event hits the $1 million mark here at Ameristar East Chicago. In January, we ended with a prize pool of, I want to say, $960K or so. So just under that $1 million mark. That first opening event, the $300 monster stack, just continues to grow. Over 1,300 players this time around. We keep adding tables, bringing in more dealers, and it just keeps getting bigger. It's great to see.
Kevin's going to make it 110 to go with pocket 7s. Nick's got Queen Jack, 2 pink cards. Now, would you believe that there's 10 player entries, 11 player entries are currently in this pot. So 11 people that are no longer here, sorry guys, their chips are actively involved in this hand.
I discussed that earlier. It's pretty amazing to think that each of these players started with 30,000 and now a big blind is more than that.
So we got a raise to 110 and a call. DJ's thinking about it. This could be a good spot for him to triple up, but he's going to opt to fold. You know, Corey, I was doing the math. First place could have 82 years worth of Subway sandwiches every single day. Just one sandwich every single day. They'll never go hungry again.
That sounds awful. That's a lot of sandwiches, and I don't mind Subway, but I don't want to eat that many Subway sandwiches ever.
How many milkshakes would that buy?
The milkshakes I like.
All right, so Kevin still has the best hand here. Mike does flop a pair. 9-9-5. Nick with queen high. It's a pretty safe board for Kevin to continue here.
It is. I could see either one of these players calling a small bet, though. Nick with the 2 overs. Cam got a chunk of that flop. Bottom pair there. Blue chips there, 100,000. Those golds are 25Ks, and the grays are 5K chips.
So Cam has basically decided that Kevin has ace high here.
Correct. 8 of clubs, no help to either player. Cam looking for one of the 2 remaining 5s in the deck.
Kevin did pick up a straight draw, which he does not need. I think Mike is content with Cam. I'm just going to call him Cam. I think Cam is content with check calling here if there's a relatively small bet. They both are pretty deep. Yeah, we got 205 looks like. 180. 180 is the bet. And that's what it is. It's a small bet. If Cam had a 9 here, he would reveal himself. There's a straight draw and flush draw potentials. Obviously, a straight could already be there, but it doesn't feel like it with a gut shot.
Bet sizing, of course, is important throughout the tournament, but especially at a final table like this. Kevin really knows what he's doing with these. You know, he knows just what amount to bet to get a call. from a hand like 5-4 in this
at this.
situation. Nice. Nice pressure there by Cam. I like it.
I've never played with either one of these players. I've just seen Kevin on televised tables, and Cam I've seen around, but I've never actually seen him at a table together.
Cam's a local guy with 190,000 in career earnings. So
he won an event recently, I believe, at the circuit event.
Okay, great.
He is in for one buy-in.
Plans to save whatever money he wins. About what you'd expect from a trader. Not traitor. Trader is in stock trader.
So it's 245 more for Kevin to call. If Kevin is thinking he's behind here, it's not to an overpair to the board. He would have to put him on a 9 or some weird straight combination. But he's going to make the call here. Go with his gut. An 8 would be interesting on the river. It's a 3.
Gave up. I'd be really surprised to see a bet out of Kevin here.
It's a big pot. 1.5 million chips. 50 player buy-ins. Kevin's just thinking, is my hand good at showdown? And he's hoping it is. He's going to find out. He's going to scoop a 1.5 million chip pot. Cam is mad that he didn't pull, didn't fire another bullet at the end there. Oh, Mike took a little hit there. Not too big, though. It's not too big as far as having how many chips he has left. It was a big hit, but he's still got 1.9 million in chips. Almost 40 big blinds, I believe.
That is correct. 2 million
But
would be
more
40.
chips go over to the dangerous player at the table. Wonder what Kevin's listening to there in his headphones. Wearing the BCP hat. Aaron Massey. His group of poker players.
Aaron, of course. 2014 HPT Player of the Year.
Well, he finished second place and then won 2 of them that year, I think, right?
He did. He finished second here in Chicagoland, won an event here at Ameristar East Chicago. I believe he won one in Fresno, California as well.
He final tabled one of my events back in 2008 for the Windy City Poker. It was a $100 buy-in. First time I ever met Aaron. And it's amazing just to see his success since then and his rise in the poker world. And he's a great guy, very charitable, lots of fun to play with at the table. I play with his brother a lot too. Ralph was at the feature table and actually got his, I believe he got his kings cracked at the feature table, which is never good.
No. Both great guys. Aaron did not make it out this weekend, but yes, we did see Ralph. Made day 2 of this main event. I think he busted before the money.
Interesting there. Cam folded ace-10 suited in the small blind. Kevin raise and take it. And by the way, Matt Thomas is also at the table, in case we haven't noticed. Hasn't played for a while.
He's been quiet. I did talk a little bit about Matt before he jumped in here. I said he's got his total career winnings listed at $10,000. He's a local guy from Chicago. Says he hasn't played a lot of poker, a lot of tournament poker. This is his first HPT event. I did keep an eye on him most of day 2 yesterday, and guy played some really solid poker. Of course, I couldn't see his whole cards, but I saw him make some great calls and just seemed to be poised and ready to make the decisions he needed to make. Played well.
Kevin's got pocket jacks, and he's going to raise it up again. Of course, the table doesn't realize he's got some pretty... He's got 2 good cards right now. He's been involved in the last 3 hands. It looks like it's going to get through.
Indeed, it does.
Everyone kind of feeling like he's the table bully right now.
Mm-hmm.
Pocket 7s, raise it up, take it. Queen 6, raise it up, take it down pre-flop. Jacks, raise it up, take it. If he gets another big hand on this next one, I think someone's going to play back at him.
Oh, and he would love it. He was hoping for it there with jacks. He's trying to, you know, he would love to play that image now where everybody thinks he's being a bully, but he's really getting some great hands.
So for those of you that want more content from the HPT from this week, you can check out the previous episodes on Twitch from the seniors event and the event number 1 and the 6 max, even Pot Limit Omaha. We did some PLO coverage as well. Of course, some of the stuff is on YouTube as well. Just search for HPT Poker or Heartland Poker Tour. It was a lot of fun, a lot of work setting up the side live stream, but a lot of the players were very excited to it. I know Kenny was Kenny Wynn, who was at the table now, was looking to play at the feature table. Never got an opportunity, but hey, he made the final table, so can't complain.
There you go. Check those out. Visit our YouTube page while you're there. If you still haven't gotten your fix, you can check out over 130 past TV episodes of HPT.
You can binge watch. If you get
can.
the flu coming up soon, just put them in your queue and just binge watch.
You can do that. Queen 10, my favorite hand. Matt's going to lay it down. Raymer opened the pot with 4s.
Kenny's got 5-3 suited.
The 4s are doing good things for Greg Raymer. Second one with those in the last 30 minutes or so. Mentioned earlier, it's kind of hard to see Greg. He's hiding behind all those patches.
The NASCAR effect of poker, not as much as it could have been before Black Friday. But you'll see that. I really do think legislation will happen soon on statewide to have more poker sites and more legalized poker online. And once the federal government catches up, who knows? We might have a lot more advertisers at poker events. Folds around to Fossil Man. And if Matt folds here, I think Kevin's going to needle Kenny. Last 2 times it's folded around to Kenny. Kevin bluffed one of those hands, and the previous one, Kevin got a walk. These are 2 interesting hands to go against each other heads up. Suited king for Kevin, suited ace for Kenny. We'd love to see these 2 guys at a cash game table. King high flop. Kevin catches up.
Oh, I thought I saw 2 spades there.
Check and check. Playing a little pot control. 7 of clubs on the turn. $125. 150, excuse me.
Everything. I tell you what, I show you one red card for sure.
Kevin gets the best of Kenny yet again. Here at Ameristar East Chicago, his 1650 main event with 166,000 and change up top. My name is Corey Stewart. I'm with Heartland Poker Tour, sitting next to Kirk Falla of Windy City Poker Championship.
Local charity events. If you cannot leave Chicago to play poker and you want to play every Saturday, check out WindyCityPokerChampionship.com. South suburbs, great structures. Rake benefits the charity. Good atmosphere, good food, security, the whole 9. Approved by the state. Come on out and support local 501c and have a great time and actually win your way to the Heartland Poker Tour. We give away qualifier seats, and a lot of our players have played all week and done pretty well. Alan Ellison one of our players, made it to day 2 and in the money. I think he finished about 17th or 18th.
Saw a lot of Windy City poker gear throughout the week.
They're representing for sure. I told them if they make a final table and they wear the gear, they get a free buy-in.
There you go.
So I'm going to have to come out of pocket for a couple guys, which I'm no problem to do. And a walk for Nick. $330 people watching the live stream. We appreciate you tuning in. Of course, the live stream is on a delay. All right, DJ, under 400,000 chips. First to act, and he's going to wait for it. Probably need to give those cards a wash because they're way too random. There's no big hands happening. And Kevin is going to raise Levon's big blind. And I think Levon is going to probably call. Unless Nick gets involved in this hand.
Which he will.
And there she goes. And she had 9-5. Okay. So she had Kevin destroyed. Well, dominate, I should say. Right,
Kevin's got his keeper chips there to the left of his cards and his play chips to the right. A couple stacks that he's got set off to the side.
So Kevin has the initiative here. He's the one that raised pre-flop. He's going to keep the pressure on and continuation bet.
75 into 330.
Now you'll see Kevin's only got 2 outs remaining. Takes into account all cards seen and or folded. He's only 11% to win this hand unless we got a raise and a quick call. Okay. And that could be part of a style of trying to represent something, making a quick call like that. There's really no draws out there. King of spades. Check and check. All right, so Kevin puts Nick on ace-queen. He's still in the lead now.
Onto the river?
Not anymore, if that's the
Queen
case.
of hearts. A lot of overs of those sixes.
This is Kevin's opportunity to steal this if he wants to try.
I have to believe he's going to fire a bet out there, and it'll be tough for Nick to call.
780 in the pot. Bets 300 something. 350. That might do it. I think that'll do it. Nick's got to really go into his gut here if he wants to make this call.
Yeah, it's a tough call to make.
If he's been paying attention, he's seen that Kevin has raised Levon, and it's going to work.
Yeah.
Nice bet by Kevin there.
Well played.
Nick's in a tough seat. Let's next time the button comes around, let's see if it opens to Kevin. If Kevin opens up the pot again. I think that's happened the last three rotations.
Yeah, you've got me wondering, what do you think he is listening to in those headphones?
Maybe nothing. It could be part of it. I know I've seen players with just wearing the headphones. They want you to think that they're listening to something. They know he's got his. Actually, he is listening to something because you can see his left ear is slightly available for hearing what's going on. But yeah, players they'll put on headphones just because they want you to think that they're not paying attention. And
had a discussion with Greg Raymer yesterday. He was talking about how the WSOP has now established a rule in recent years: no headphones once you're in the money. And his argument is, why, if it's important when you're in the money, why is it not important before you're in the money?
Yeah.
WSOP said if you have your headphones in, you can't hear bets. If somebody throws out one chip and makes a bet verbally for more, the person with the headphones doesn't hear that. Well, that's their own fault, is
Absolutely.
Greg's argument, and I would have to agree with that, and that's partially, I'm sure, why Kevin has one ear.
player's responsibility, always know.
Of course.
I was playing in a tournament where I had headphones on, and whenever there was a bet out there, I would always verify, make sure. And it's really tough, too, like in a tournament like that. They want to try to avoid the possibility of having to make a very tough decision based upon somebody making a mistake like that and then creating some problems. But again, it's the player's responsibility at all times to know exactly what's going on. Even if the dealer accidentally miscounts a bet or a raise, if you don't know what it is, you are liable for that pot. It's just like the 1890s. If you say you call, oh, I didn't know how much it was. No, you put that money out there.
Headed to a flat between Nick and Levon. Levon did make the call with her 10 of 8.
Both
10
players
8 diamonds,
flop
sorry.
a pair.
Levon gets the best of it with top pair. She'll be first to act. Checks to Nick with middle pair.
Check bet call. Although Levon does have it in her to check raise here. Let's see if she has a check raise in her or just a check call.
Facing a bet of 160,000 from Nick. I think one thing's for sure, we know she's not going to fold.
There she goes, all in. I like this. I like this play.
Good move.
Nick wants to get a count. Levon's like, uh-oh.
If our graphics are correct, it's going to be a little over 600,000 to Nick.
So 1/5 of his stack, 20%.
Would be a bold call with middle pair, but if he puts her on a flush draw or something, feels strongly about it, he may pull the trigger. As we can see, Nick only has 3 outs, so it would be in his best interest to not call.
855,000 is the total all-in amount for the buy. Actually, still on Nick in the 2 seat, 855,000 total all-in amount.
He's going to him and Han fold. He doesn't feel comfortable right now.
Dr. Nick, a dentist from Troy, Michigan.
Need a little thought bubble. Option A, option B, all of the above.
And there it is, just as you predicted. Nick lays down the ace-5.
Levon claps for, I won.
I like Levon. She's very likable, very friendly.
Absolutely. She's nice and relaxed, too. She got a half-hour massage before she started the play here at the final table. Massage girls here all week.
We did have
$1 a minute.
We did have a team of them. That's a good rate. $1 a minute, and they were busy the entire time. Got a massage myself yesterday. One of the girls was telling me her hands are very sore. She's been working
non-stop
all week. Yeah, players loved it.
I'll tell you what, I'm happy about, I show up to play a tournament. If there's a massage girl there, it's probably going to be a free massage because I'm either rebuying or I'm playing solid and I don't have to rebuy and it pays for the massage itself. Queen Jack for Greg under the gun. He's going to get out of the way. Now, DJ is in the small blind. DJ is short stacked.
We haven't heard much out of him. I know we talked about a little bit ago that he had a couple rounds before he was in.
All right, let's see if Kevin opens up here. Kevin, Queen 3. He's opened a lot of pots when it's folded to him. Asking for a chip count from DJ. He decides not to go with this one. All right, and let's see what DJ decides to do here.
Is this the one? It is. DJ's going to put them all in the middle. 285K to Cam to call with Jack 10. I got to believe he's making the call here.
Absolutely.
DJ being short stacked as he is, he's got quite a wide range here. Cam knows that.
He's got 2 live cards. He's about 35%, but he's going to decide not to do it. He doesn't have to. I mean, it depends on his mentality right now. It depends on, his past experiences in poker. I mean, I've seen players fold for the all-ins and only an extra 1,000, and they've got 20,000 extra, and they've still folded. You don't have to do it.
Sure, of course not.
Because if he calls there and he loses, I mean, he's not in a bad spot, but if he calls and wins, it's a money jump. So I know the rest of the table is like, just do it, do it, do it. We want some more.
It was about 15% of his stack to call. Jack 10 offsuit, not the strongest hand in the world.
It will make the nut 7 different ways, though, the nut straight. Actually, 5 different ways, I'm sorry. 5 ways.
What is that awful squeaking sound?
Maybe it's the beverage cart.
Nick makes it 125 to go with King Jack offsuit over to Levon. And the cutoff with Queen 8. She lays it
Here we
down.
go. DJ's got a hand this time.
DJ's catching some cards.
We don't know what he had before, but he's definitely got a hand this time. He's facing a raise.
It's another mystery hand.
Now, Nick's got a lot of chips, and he's got a 2 paint cards. He's going to get a count. It's only $295 more to call. It's about 10% of his stack. I think we're going to see a call here. It's the second all-in that Nick has faced in the last couple of hands.
There
That
it
makes
is.
the call. We finally get to see a hand that DJ. Ace-7? Ace-7 versus King Jack.
Ace-7 suited, I think I heard. Clubs.
He wins this, he's up to almost $1 million. And then we get to keep wondering what his hand is for a while.
Mm-hmm.
All right. All in a call. Good luck, gentlemen. Here we go to the flop. 10, 5, 3, 2 hearts. Nick has backdoor straight and flush opportunities, looking for a king or a jack.
That's right, backdoor
Someone
straight,
asked for
backdoor
queen of the
flush.
hearts. Who asked for the queen of hearts?
Two
It definitely
overs.
wasn't DJ. Jack of hearts. Oh, my goodness.
There it is.
That's going to shut out a couple of outs for DJ.
DJ's down to 3 outs, I believe.
Yeah.
He's got the aces.
2 outs. Ace of hearts, no good. So he's got the ace of diamonds
True.
and ace of spades. That means he's 4% to win. Can he pull a 2-outer out of the hat? DJ says 7 of hearts.
Gives Nick the flush, and that is going to do it for DJ McKinnon. He is our 8th place finisher today. DJ is going to walk home with $18,132. He can add that to a career earnings total of over $700,000.
I'm gonna guess that he has some DJ equipment at home.
It's only natural, right?
Yeah. 28 years old. He's from Buffalo, New York. They come from all over the United States to play in the Heartland Poker Tour. All over the world, in fact.
It's true. We actually had there was a guy that has been emailing me questions the last couple weeks. Said he was coming in from England. He wanted to know if there would be any issues registering for a tournament. Of course, there weren't. He was able to come and play.
You guys accept Euro.
Well, he would have to do a money exchange. So we're now 7-handed here at Ameristar East Chicago with 166K up top. My name's Corey Stewart for HPT, sitting alongside Kirk Falla from Windy City.
If you're ever in a tournament with me, I will rebuy. So just keep that in mind.
Again, I can verify, saw it multiple times this week.
I'll even do my best to convince others to rebuy it. We pooled our money and had a friend of ours play one of the nightlies, and the rule was he had to shove every hand no matter what. He lasted 8 hands. But it was the most fun 8 hands we had seen in a while. The $100 was absolutely worth it. He rebought, min cashed, so we got our money back, which was good.
Matt, Kevin, and Nick in a hand here. I think it was 5-3 deuce on the flop. All red cards, 2 diamonds.
It was a 5-high board. Nick's going to take it down. Add to his stack. That keeps increasing. Add any more chips on that side of the table, it might tip over.
It's a good look at those chips here at Ameristar East Chicago. The gold chips, 25K. Gray chips, 5Ks. There's a handful of those blue chips out there as well. Those are 100K chips.
9 minutes in the level.
I want to give a special thanks to our entire HPT crew. These guys fly in from all over the country each week to build this set. Got a full crew of camera operators, directors. Got people back there running the live stream, which Kirk has helped out with tremendously. Big thanks to all those guys for working hard at each one of these HPT events. Blind still at 25K, 50K with a 5K ante here for a while longer. Matt in the small blind's going to open up. Just makes the call, sorry.
First time we've seen Matt and Kenny in a pot heads up, I think. I'm trying to recall. At least an unraised pot.
I think you're right.
Does Kenny have a raise in him? The beverage card is back. Nope, check his option. We're going to be heads up to the flop.
Sounds like somebody brought an Oregon Trail wagon into the poker room here.
Oh, man. I've been wanting to play that game for a long time. I just haven't found it.
You got to find your Commodore 64.
Ace, queen, queen.
So Kenny re-raises, takes down the pot there from Matt. Little battle of the blinds. Got some stats here provided by Chicago Joe of Ante Up magazine. Kevin Saul in the 1 seat, 79 career cashes. His biggest cash came in 2007 when he won the WPT Bellagio Cup. DJ McKinnon in the 5 seat, 155 cashes. Just went out. In 8th place. So you can make that 156. 7-handed here at Ameristar East Chicago. Action around to Matt Thomas with 3 career cashes. The only player at the table with less cashes than Matt is Levon in the 4 seat. She's got 2 cashes. Did we get a walk there? I believe we did. Nick's best finish to date in an HPT main event, 48th. Got a 48th back in 2007. 32-year-old dentist from Troy, Michigan. Action over to Levon. I believe we had to reset our RFID software. Again, that is the software built into the table that allows us to see whole cards on this live stream. There we are, up and running. As you can see there, blinds 25K, 50K with a 5K. I think we've still got about 30 minutes left in this level. Could be wrong on that, maybe a little less. 506 entries we had in this main event here at Ameristar East Chicago. We're down to the final 7. 54 got paid. 725,000 plus in the prize pool. $166,806 awaiting the winner. The winner's also going to get that $3,600 championship package to go play at Thunder Valley Casino Resort in October, just outside of Sacramento, as well as the silver HPT bracelet. Matt takes down a hand there with King 10 offsuit.
First deck, he folds over to Greg. Folds the ball over to Matt.
Matt's getting some cards here as of late. He's going to open this one up with ace-5 of spades. He makes it 125 to go. Kenny wants no part of that. And neither does Kevin on the button. It looks like Matt's raise is going to get through. As Levon folds the 3-2 suited face up, and he will scoop that pot, $235,000.
Just over 2 minutes left at this level. 5,080, 2550 in the blind.
Fossil Man looks down at a pair of 8s.
Snowman. Also the hand that Jerry Yang won the 2007 World Series of Poker event.
Interesting fact.
The first event I ever did for you guys when I worked for you, I had exit 88. The car was on 88.5, and there were 88 miles on the speedometer.
Nice.
And I messaged Jerry, Jerry, I see you everywhere. Kevin's in the cutoff with ace-8.
Just mentioned Kevin's got 79 career cashes under his belt.
Wow.
Those are live cashes. He's also got a plethora of online success.
What is Nick smiling about? He's had that grin for the last 30 seconds.
I think that's just Nick's look. Kevin repops the 8s with the ace-8 offsuit, makes it 240K.
This is going to be interesting to see what Greg does here. All right. So, I didn't see anybody have any aces. Here we go.
All in.
All in.
And that's enough.
We'll
Kevin
take it.
insta-folds.
Greg recognized something there.
And he shows. Surprises me.
Greg showed a couple hands here. He showed a set of jacks, shows his pocket eights. Maybe he's trying to tell the table, all right, guys, I'm only raising with good hands. Don't come back at me unless you really want to see all five.
Here's a look at your chip counts. Can he win the bottom of the pack with 17 bigs? As we mentioned, Kevin Saul leading the way with just over 90 big blinds. Folds around to Kevin in the 1. He's going to get rid of that 9-5. Nick found an ace, but it's unsuited with a low kicker. He is going to play, though. Nick opens the pot, makes it 130 to go. Last hand at this level. And Nick wins it fairly easily.
All right, so we're going to go a 10-minute break here. We'll be back in about, like I said, 10 minutes with the next level and more action here from the Heartland Poker Tour's final table at East Chicago, Indiana.
new level here is going to be the 10,000, 30,000, 60,000 chip count. Coming in the one seat, 4,560,000. Nick in the two seat has 3,970,000. Levon has 1,265,000. Cam has 1,525,000. Drake has 1,180,000. Matt has 1,725,000. And Kenny has 855,000. 10,000 Andy's 30,000, 60,000. Go ahead and deal. 60,000 is a big blind. Kenny's going to be first act in the 9th seat. Hold around to Cam on the button. Getting ready to see 150,000, 150. The race like Cam, Greg in the small black. Ready to fold, back to the back. And that makes the call. 150 and a call. And we're gonna be head. All right, you're gonna be heads up here. Let's see the flop. Flop is jack of clubs, king of hearts, 5 of spades. And his first act. Check, over again. $120,000 is bet by Cam, action back to back. And that's the next call. 120,000 hit a call. So that's up here, let's do the turn. Turn cards to 7 of diamonds. And first. Check over Cam. And that's the ball, both cards have the turn. Let's do the river card. River card is the 6 of clubs. And first back, check, go to Cam. Cam checks as well, both players check. Matchup queen jack for pair of jacks. Cam folds, and that's going to win the pot. Just under 56 minutes left at this level. 10,000, 30,000, 60,000. Started with 506 players. Down to our final 7.
Coffee, cream, and sugar too, then.
We're gonna be here for a while.
30,000, 60,000 on the line. Next gonna be first back.
It doesn't bear repeating.
Over to the line.
All right.
Great.
120.
120,000.
Yeah, 100.
120,000 is the announced amount. Hold around the back. Easy. Both over Kenny in the small blind. Kenny Bolts over Kevin in the big blind. 120,000. Return back. Kevin's gonna make the call. 120,000 and a call. And heads up here, let's see the flop. Spin flop, deuce the diamond, 7 first back. Check as well, both players check the flop. Let's see the turn card. Turn card is 6 of clubs. 7 is first back. And you can bet. 130,000. One says call. 130,000 and a call. All right, still heads up here. Let's see the river cards. So card is the 8 of diamonds. 7's first back. $300,000 is the announced amount. 300,000. All in. Mine is all in. Action is back to Kevin. Kevin pulls in, Levon, to win the pot. Pocket hits the zone, got an ace on the river for the button. And he's gonna win the pot.
Nice head.
$30,000, 60,000 on a blind. Mine's first back. Bob makes the call. Cam folds. Over to Greg. Greg also makes the call. Over to Matt. $125,125. Over to Nick in the 2 seats. Greg is all in. For the 7 seat. Done Matt. Forward, over to Kevin. He makes the call. Let's see the hands. Greg shows ace-8. And Kevin shows ace-queen. Kevin has ace of diamonds, queen of clubs. Has top pair. Greg has ace of hearts, 8 of hearts. For a pair of eights with a flush draw. Alright, Kevin's currently in the lead. With Greg's tournament life is at risk. He has a pair of eights with a flush draw. Kevin has ace of diamonds, queen of clubs. The top pair with a pair of queens. Let's see the turn card. Turn card with deuce of diamonds. Both players make 2 pair. Kevin's still in the lead. With just queens and deuces. Greg's going to need to see an 8 for hearts. Let's see, we'll leave us in 7th place. Let's see the river card. River card is the king of diamonds. Kevin's going to win with 2 pair, queens, and deuces. And let's give Greg a round of applause. 7th place for Greg Raymer. Greg does leave us in 7th place with $22,121. 6th place today. He's going to pay just over $27,000, and 1st place just over $166,000 in the UHBT main event bracelet. Still 30,000 to 60,000. Cam's going to be first back. 140,000 is the raise by Cam. Over to Kenny. Kenny folds it. Like Kevin in the 1 seat. Kevin folds. Nick folds over to the bottom of the big blind. Folds 12, 6-3, and Cam is going to win the tie.
Put it in the square. I'll show it too.
All right, 30,000 to 60,000 on the blind. Matt's first act. He folds over to Kenny. Fold around to Kevin. 150,000. Over to Nick now in the 2 seat. around and Nick's gonna win the pot.
Remember the last time?
It's over 42 minutes. Love to this
One, two,
level,
three.
10,000. 30,000, 60,000 on the blind.
Next spot.
No, it wasn't the next spot. You got me called though.
You know who it was? It was Poker Joe or Chicago Joe. Was in that same hand, was that same table.
I remember who it was. I was looking on the river. And I thought it looked really strong if I threw the possible.
Kenny's gonna be first back. He's gonna raise.
You can win the possible too. 140 over the top and he called.
140,000 is the raise by Kenny. And the folds, action's on Nick. Nick folds, Levon folds, over to Cam and the small line, he folds as well. Action's over to Matt now in the big line. 140,000 is the current bet. Matt folds, and Kenny's gonna win the pot. First act here, he's gonna raise. 140,000, 140,000. Actions pulled around the cam on the button. Cam's gonna re-raise. To 410,000. Action pulled around back to Kevin now. 410,000 is the current bet. Kevin folds and Cam is going to win the pot. Just over 39 minutes left at this level. Still 10,000, 30,000, 60,000.
Huh?
Did you try your coffee yet?
It was actually hot.
Did you get a coffee?
Yeah, I did. I did it. It has sugar in it.
I can't drink anything with sugar, but she did bring.
No, I
just
did,
cream
no,
though.
and I did taste it. It had sugar. Yeah, no sugar.
No, I don't like sugar.
I can't stand sugar.
Yeah.
I can't drink it.
I just want the, just with a little bit of cream.
Is that right?
I like my sugar.
Yeah. Right.
Great.
Race 130.
$130,000 is raised by the bottom. Action's fold around and Matt's going to make the call. Kenny folds over to Devin now in the small blind, or in the big blind. 130 is the current bet. And Devin's going to make the call, 130,000. And the call, we're going to have 3 players to the flop. And let's see the flop. Flop is 7 of spades, 3 of diamonds, 4 of diamonds. Kevin's first, he checks over to the button. The button checks over to Matt. Matt checks as well, all 3 players check the flop. Let's see the turn. Turn cards is 7 of diamonds. Kevin's first back. 175, LeVon folds over to Matt. Matt folds, and Kevin's gonna win the buy. Just over 36 minutes left at this level, so 10,000, 80, 30,000, 60,000 on the blind. LeVon's going to be first act. LeVon folds over to Cam. Folds, Matt folds, over to Kenny on the button. And he's going to raise to 140,000. Action time coming in the small blind. 140,000 is the current bet. Kevin folds over to Nick in the big blind. And Nick's going to make the call, 140,000 and a call. And we're going to be heads up to the flop, to the flop. Flop is 5 of spades, 6 of spades, ace of spades. Make his first act. Checks, over to Kenny.
185.
And he's going to bet 185,000, 185. Action's back to Nick. Nick folds in.
You can
Kenny's
bring
going
it,
to take
Kenny.
down the bot.
I have it.
You do not have it.
Yeah, why
You're
not?
like, please
Why
don't raise
not?
me, please
Why
don't
not?
raise me.
After
Nice
what?
hand, Kenny.
Yeah.
You almost burst her holding your breath.
If I wait long enough, he'll pass out and declare I win the hand.
Yeah.
Dead hand.
Dead hand. Nice answer.
You know I don't play too many hands.
And you never steal on bus, right?
That's right. You fold it when you know I have ace queen, doesn't it?
Cam is first act here, 60,000 is our big blind.
150?
150,000. The raise amounts. Over to Matt in 8 seat. Matt folds, second by Kenny in the 9 seat. 150,000 is the current bet. Kenny folds over to Kevin in the 1 seat. Kevin folds over to Nick in the 2 seat. He folds as well. Actions on the line in the big blind. LeVon folds. And Cam is going to take down the 5.
All right, Mark.
Just over 32 minutes left at this level. We're still at 10,000, 80, 30,000, 60,000 on the blinds. And his first act, he folds over to Kenny. folds, actions on Nick. Nick's gonna raise.
145.
To 145,000. 145 is the raise amount. Actions on the line in the small blind. She's gonna re-raise. Cam folds, actions back to Nick. 430,000 is the total re-raise amount. Actions on Nick in the 2 seat. Nick's gonna fold and LeBron's gonna take on the pot. Just over 30 minutes left at this level. Start of the tournament, 506 players down to our final 6. Kenny's going to be first act in the 9th seat. Actions fold around to Nick in the 2 seat. 60,000 is our big blind. Nick's gonna raise.
140.
To 140,000. 140 is the raise. Actions fold around to Matt in the big blind. Matt folds and Nick in the 2 seat's gonna win the pot. Just over 29 minutes left at this level. Still 10,000, 80, 30,000, 60,000 on the blinds. Kevin's first act here in the 1 seats. 60,000 is the big blind. Kevin's gonna raise
135.
to 135,000. 135 is the raise by Kevin. Actions on Nick in the 2 seat. Nick folds over to Levine. Levine folds as well. Actions over to Cam. Cam makes the call. 135,000 and a call. Actions on Matt in the 8th seat. Matt folds. Over to Kenny in the 9th seat. Kenny folds as well. So 135,000 and a call. Going to be heads up to the flop. Let's see the flop. Flop is 9 of diamonds, 3 of hearts, 3 of diamonds. Kevin is first act. Checks over to Cam. Cam checks as well. Both players check the flop. Let's see the turn card. Turn card is a king of hearts. Kevin is first act. Checks over to Cam. Cam's going to bet out 155,000, 155. Actions over to Kevin. And Kevin's going to make the call, 155,000 and a call. So heads up, let's see the river card. River card is the Queen of Clubs, coming in his first act. Checks over to Cam. $225,000 is the bet by Cam. 225. Action's back to Kevin. Kevin folds, and Cam is going to win the pot. $60,000 on the blinds. Make his first act. Nick folds over to Levon. Levon folds. Actions on Cam in the 60. Cam folds over to Matt on the button. That's going to raise. 120,000, 120. Kenny folds. Over to Kevin in the 1 seat. And Kevin's going to make the call. 120,000. And the call. Going to be heads up. Let's see the flop. Flop is 6 of spades, 5 of hearts, Jack of spades. Kevin, his first act. Checks. Over to Matt. Matt's going to bet. 120,000, 120. Kevin folds, and Matt's going to win the pot. It's over 23 minutes left at this level, still 10,000 ante, 30,000, 60,000 on our blinds. $30,000, 60,000 on the blinds. Action folded around to Kenny on the button. Kenny folds over to Kevin in the small blind. 160,000. 160,000 is the race by Kevin. Over to Nick. Nick folds and Kevin's going to take on the pot. Anyone else drinks once she's here? She's bringing you the anyone else drink? She's coming around. 30,000, 60,000. Cam's going to be first to act as a 6 seat. Cam folds over to Matt in the 8 seat. Matt folds over to Kenny now in the 9 seat. Kenny's going to raise to 150,000, 150. This raised by Kenny over to Kevin. He folds. Action's on Nick in the 2 seat. Nick folds. Action's on Levon in the big blind. 150,000 is the current bet. Levon folds and Kenny is going to take down the pot.
Flavored cream or something.
That might be that, yeah.
So 20 minutes left of the slow. Still 10,000, 80, 30,000, 60,000 on the blinds. That's going to be first act. Matt folds over to Kenny in the 9 seats. Kenny folds. Action's on Kevin in the 1 seat. Kevin's going to raise to 140,000. 140 is the raise. Action's on Nick in the 2 seat. Nick's going to make a call, 140,000 and a call. Levon announces raise.
400.
Raise to 400,000. Total bet of 400,000.
No idea.
400,000 is the total re-raise amount by Levon. Cam folds. Actions.
It was 140, yeah,
Back to Kevin.
Up before I did.
Okay. Everyone else folded around and Levon's going to win the pot.
I was still playing with chips. Trying to figure that out.
Cocktail.
What did
Cocktail.
you get?
He put out 135, but that was the original bet.
Got it. Thank you. It wasn't me you were talking to. I got it.
Jeremy asked, those guys hold? I mean, they mucked before I did. Jeremy couldn't see you guys. He asked if you guys mucked. I said, they mucked before I did.
All right, just under 18 minutes left at this level, 10,000 ante, 30, 60.
About me, I come off my hand right away. I might not always have something, but I'm thinking 30 bucks.
150. And he's going to raise to 150,000. Action on Kevin in the 1 seat. gonna re-raise. Total bet of 350,000. 350 is the total re-raise amount. Actually pulled around Matt in the big blind. 350,000 is the current bet. Matt folds over to Kenny in the 9th seat.
Still drinking yours, Matt?
I got it. No, I got it. Yeah.
With no sugar?
It doesn't have any sugar in it.
Oh, don't.
I believe you, Kevin. Get in.
Kenny's gonna fold, and Kevin wins the pot. $30,000, $60,000 on the blinds. Kevin's gonna be first act. Kevin's gonna raise to 130,000. 130 is the bet. Action's on Nick in the 2 seat. Nick's gonna re-raise.
300.
To 300,000. 300,000 is the current bet. Line folds over to Cam. Cam folds as well. 300,000 is the current bet. Action's on Matt in the 8th seat. Matt folds over to Kenny in the 9th seat. Kenny folds. Action's back to Kevin. Kevin folds in. Nick in the 2 seat's gonna win the pot.
Come on, what do you pull?
It's embarrassing. You're going to see it later.
King, queen? Black? Ace, queen?
Raise and a relay? I mean, him, I'm not worried about.
You got you beat.
Only because you raise everything. That's not him. The relay. Like, you gotta have three.
You got the scouting report on you.
No, I didn't mean like.
You were right. Ace, queen gotta hit smoke anyway. I saw his name.
So my hand? What I have?
9-7.
When did you saw when I folded?
Huh?
Saw when I folded? Yeah, like it lifted up.
Yeah.
Lon makes the call. Action fold around to Kenny in the small blind. Kenny makes the call. Option to Kevin in the big blind.
I did not have mine, so.
I saw it, man.
Huh?
Correct, says option.
You saw it.
And we're gonna have 3 players
But
to
wait,
the flop.
the card should be on live.
Let's see the
Show
flop.
about whatever you want. I didn't have mine, so.
Flop is 6 of hearts, 5 of diamonds, 3 of clubs.
I just messed
And
it
his first act, he checks over to Kevin. Kevin's gonna bet.
85.
85,000 is bet by Kevin. 85,000. Bonus announced raise. Raise to 200,000. Kenny folds, Kevin folds, and LeBron's gonna win the pot.
I didn't mean that.
You definitely hurt my feelings.
11 minutes left of this level. 10,000 Andy, 30,000, 60,000 on the blinds. Levon is going to be first to act. Levon folds, Cam folds.
Matt folds, actions on Kenny. Kenny folds as well, actions on Kevin. Kevin makes a call option to Nick in the big blind. And Nick checks his option. Now we're going to be heads up here. Let's see the flop. Flop is king of diamonds, jack of spades, 10 of diamonds. Kevin's going to be first to act. Kevin's going to bet out 75,000. Over to Nick. And Nick's going to make the call, 75,000 and a call. Still heads up here. Let's see the turn card. Turn card is the 5 of hearts. Kevin's going to be first to act. Checks over to Nick. Nick checks as well. Both players check the turn. Let's see the river card. River card is a deuce of diamonds. Kevin's first. Checks over to Nick. And Nick checks as well. Let's see a winner. Kevin shows 8-6. Nick shows Jack-7 for a pair of jacks and is going to win the pot.
He was so sure that he didn't bet. That's so sure he was. Steal all my money and give it all to them, man. What the heck? Good. Circle was good.
$30,000, $60,000 on the blinds. Cam's going to be first. He's going to raise to $140,000. 140 is the raise. Over to Matt. That's going to make the call. $140,000 and a call. Kenny folds over to Kevin in the 1 seat. Kevin folds, actions on Nick in the small blind. Watch it, watch it. Nick makes the call as well. Actions on Levon, and she's going to call. $140,000 and a call. We're going to have 4 players. And let's see the flop. Flop is 10 of diamonds, 5 of spades, 6 of spades. Nick is first to act. Checks to Levon. Levon announces she's going to bet. $300,000 is the bet. So over to Cam, he folds. Actions over to Matt now. $300,000 is the current bet. Matt folds over to Nick. Nick folds as well, and Levon is going to take down the pot. Just over 6 minutes left at this level. Still 10,000, 80, 30,000, 60,000 on the blinds. Matt's going to be first actor. He's under the gun. Matt folds over to Kenny. $150,000 is the announced amount by Kenny. $150,000 is the race. Nick folds, Levon folds over to Cam in the big blind. He's going to fold as well. Shows 10-5. And Kenny's going to win the pot.
Oh, I thought you meant like she was in like.
Kenny was first act. He folds over to Kevin. He's going to raise to 140,000. 140 is the raise by Kevin. Actions on Nick in the 2-seat. Nick folds over to Levon. She folds as well. Actions on Cam in the small blind. 140,000 is the current bet. Cam's going to make the call. Action's over to Matt in the big blind. 140,000 is the current bet. Matt folds. And we're going to be heads up to the flop. Let's see the flop. Flop is deuce of clubs, 7 of spades, 8 of spades. Cam is first act. Checks over to Kevin. Kevin's going to bet 125,000, 125, and Cam's going to make the call. 125,000 and a call. Still heads up. Let's see the turn card. Turn card is the ace of hearts. Cam is first act. Checks over to Kevin. Kevin checks as well. Both players check the turn. Let's see the river. River card is the 7 of diamonds. Cam is first act. Checks over to Kevin. Kevin's going to bet 300,000. And Cam's going to make the call. Kevin shows pocket nines, for pair of nines, 2 pair of 9s and 7s, and Kevin's going to win the pot. All right, just over a minute left, minute and a half left at this level. Players will be on a quick break at the end of this level, so we can fix a few things. Just over a minute left at this level. 30,000, 60,000 on the blinds. Kevin's going to raise to
135.
135,000. 135. Nick folds over to Levon.
Wait, what you said? Sorry. You didn't say it.
I'll call.
Levon's going to make the call.
It was a perfect line. I didn't see our cards.
Yeah, that's fine.
Oh, yeah, sorry.
Cam folds over to Matt.
My fault.
And it's going to fold over to Kenny in the big blind. He folds as well. We've got 140,000 and a call. We're going to have two players here. And let's see the flop. Flop is 3 of diamonds, queen of spades, 8 of clubs. Kevin's first act. Kevin's going to bet 150,000 over to Levon. She folds. And Kevin's going to win the pot.
What's that? That was not a special flop for me. I was looking for a special flop.
All right, this is going to be the last hand. We're going to get one more hand here. Last hand at this level.
A lot of spades, more than that were out there. At least 2.
I had some diamond backups in my hand.
I had a flush redraw and a straight redraw, but not good enough. You had what?
I had diamond backups too.
Oh, you had diamond backups.
Chairman, you said there's going to be a little break.
Yeah, we got to take a quick break at the end of this hand. And then what we're going to do is we're going to come back like 2 levels, and there'll be a dinner break if needed. All right, this will be the last hand at this level. Nick's going to be first act. 60,000 is our big blind. Folds. Vaughn folds over to Cam. Cam folds as well. Action's on Matt in the 8 seat. Matt folds over to Kenny.
All in.
Kenny's going to be all in out of the 9 seat.
He's so sick, Kenny. Can I slow roll? Can I slow roll you for TV? You be okay with that? I'll let everyone take break if I have aces. I'll just wait for like 3 minutes. No one knows what happened.
Oh, man.
I call.
Oh.
Kevin says call. Let's see the
Wow,
hands. Kenny
like
shows
that?
king
Oh.
of spades, jack of spades. Kevin shows ace of clubs, queen of spades.
Come on, let me get lucky one time.
No, no.
Yeah.
You want to use your one time now? Really?
You're,
You should use it for a bigger pot.
All right, Kenny has king of spades, jack of spades. Kevin has ace of clubs, queen of spades. Kevin is currently in the lead. Kenny's turn of life is at risk. Let's see the flop.
Will you rack up those grades for me, Jeremy?
oh my gosh.
Flop is jack of hearts, 7 of hearts, ace of spades. Kevin
Nothing
does pair
changed.
his ace. And is still in the lead. Let's see the turn card.
King.
Turn card is the 5 of hearts.
Come on.
Kevin's still in the lead with his pair of aces.
I would have been good with the 5 of spades.
Kenny's going to need to see a king or a jack, or he's going to leave us in 6th place. Let's see the river card. River card is the 9 of clubs. Kenny's going to leave us in 6th place. Let's give him a round of applause. Kenny wins 6th place today.
It's a pleasure playing with you.
Yeah, thank you.
Kenny's going to leave us in 6th place with just over 27,000. 27,198.
So he just went out.
How long is the break?
Plays itself, man.
Oh, that's a lot of
Plays
money.
itself. Doubt the loser.
Thanks. Yeah.
Jared, can I get it right?
I wasn't before, but now I found it.
Yeah, nice.
Took me a while.
Let's take
Yeah. Are we taking it? Oh, we get a break? Oh. All
by
right.
5:20, cards will be back in the air. That's about 10 minutes.
Okay.
get the chip counts too. I'll get them from one to 10. Here you go.
Fred didn't give me the paper.
Is it dead button?
Yes,
Can we
it's
move
a
it?
dead button.
Okay.
Fred had the chip counts last I checked, and he was standing there.
Did you guys get the chip counts back
I
there?
thought he had the paper.
Huh? Sizzler? Did you say Sizzler?
Do you see anybody who has them back there?
Gotta take down the system.
Yep, Sam.
Forgot again.
I might come out here.
It's gonna be 10,000 for your annual price. We're at 10,80, all right? Yes.
Yep, I just turned
You
it
guys
on.
count your chips real quick for me?
Go ahead and count your chips real quick.
3, 4.
Right at 1.1.
And we have 1.1, 1,100,000 even?
7 blues.
I mean, 10,000 less. So.
Each of those are instead of 20.
I think they are, right?
Yeah,
Is that what you,
right,
thank you.
So you have 1 million, 1, 2, 3,
Just like
4.
6,300,000.
Just how tall I am.
2, 1.
Yeah, 6'3", all
How
right,
much
me
is
too.
in that one?
Yeah, 1,475,000.
1,475,000.
400.
3,850.
What? How much is in that?
6.
6,850.
So 2 million. 1, 2, 3, 4. 2,400,000. You said 6?
Yeah.
65. 2,465,000.
That's when you guys count on me sitting there counting. What is it?
2,465,000.
All right, back to the action here. New level is going to be 10,080, 40,000, 80,000. Chip counts before we start here. Kevin in the 1 seat has 6,300,000 and is our chip leader. Nick in the 2 seat has 3,850,000.
Yeah, are you checking in?
2 million.
Levon in the 3 seat has 2,465,000. Cam has in the 6 seat has 1,110,000. And Matt in the 8 seat has 1,475,000. Let's give them all a round of applause, our final 5. All right, we have a dead button here in the 9 seats, down to our final 5 players. Kenny did leave us in 6th place with 27,198. 5th place today is going to be 35,175. And 1st place, 166,806. Plus the new HPT main event bracelet. 10,080, 40,000, 80,000 on the blinds. Go ahead and deal. $80,000 is our big blind. Levon is going to be first to act. Levon folds. Cam folds over to Matt.
Raise.
Matt's going to raise
200,000.
to 200,000. 200,000 is the total bet. Actions over to Kevin in the 1 seat. Kevin folds. Over to Nick in the 2 seat. Nick's going to fold, and Matt's going to win the pot.
Anyone else want drinks while she's here? Want a fresh coffee?
It's okay.
Sure. Anything else? Good?
I'll have a water.
Water.
All right, 40,000, 80,000 on the blinds. Cam is going to be first to act.
This is my water, right?
Yeah.
Cam folds over to Matt. Matt folds. Actions to Kevin in the 1 seat.
$180.
Raise. 180,000.
Kevin's going to raise to 180,000. 180. Actions over to Nick in the small blind. Nick folds over to Levine in the big blind. folds, and Kevin is going to win the pot. Just over 55 minutes left at this level. 10,000 ante, 40,000, 80,000 on the blinds. Matt's going to be first to act in the 8 seat. Matt folds over Kevin in the 1 seat. Kevin folds over to Nick now. He's on the button.
Raise. 180,000.
Nick's going to raise to 180,000. Pot folds over to Cam in the big line. He's going to fold as well. And Nick in the 2 seat is going to win the pot. $10,000 ante, 40,000, 80,000 on the blinds. Kevin's going to be first to act in the 1 seat.
Raise.
Kevin's going to raise to 180,000, 180 is the raise by Kevin. Over to Nick. Nick folds. Over to Levon.
Raise.
Raise.
Levon announces raise.
400.
Raised to 400,000 total is the bet. 400,000 total is the bet. Cam folds over to Matt.
I'm sorry.
Matt folds, actions back to Kevin.
Sorry. 21, read over here, and over there.
And Kevin's going to make the call, 400,000 and a call. And we're going to be heads up to the flop. Let's see the flop. Good. Flop is deuce of hearts, jack of clubs, jack of hearts. Kevin is first to act and checks over to Levon. Levon checks as well. Both players check the flop. Let's see the turn. Turn card is the 4 of clubs. Kevin is first to act. Kevin's gonna bet.
I'm all in.
475,000. Levon's moved all in. Action's back to Kevin. Kevin's gonna fold and Levon's gonna win the pot.
Quads again?
A little smile is it. Into it.
If only I would show quads.
Turn a club draw.
I did. And a gut shot straight draw. And an ace. I had so many outs.
Sometimes you have too many outs.
I know, exactly.
Too many. 'Cause then it doesn't hit. You're like,
Trying to get a couple.
you're trying to get a couple. Yeah.
No, I was happy to play
I'd
that.
rather
out.
just
Yep.
have a made hand already.
Or that.
Don't need any outs, yeah.
Yeah.
$40,000, $80,000 on the blinds with a 10,000 ante. Nick's gonna be first to act in the 2 seat. Nick folds over to Levon. Actions fold around to Matt in the small blind.
Raise.
Raise.
Matt's announced raise. He's going to raise to
You gotta make it 160.
160. 160,000. is the raise.
80.
I thought it was the big blind for some reason.
Still 160,000 is the bet. Action's over to Kevin. And Kevin's going to make the call. 160,000 and a call. And we're going to be heads up to the flop. Let's see the flop. Flop is 5 of spades, queen of clubs, 6 of diamonds. Matt is first act. It's going to bet out. 175,000. 175 is the bet. And Kevin's going to make the call. 175 and a call. Still heads up here. Let's see the turn card. Turn card is the King of Hearts. Matt's first act. $300,000 is the bet by Matt. 300,000. Action's over to Kevin. Kevin makes the call. 300,000 and a call. And still heads up. Let's see the river card. The river card is the 3 of clubs. Matt is first act.
Check.
Matt checks. Over to Kevin.
Check.
Check.
Kevin checks as well. Matt shows ace deuce. Kevin shows queen jack for a pair of queens, and Kevin's going to take down the pot.
Hey, Sam.
Raise.
Raise.
200.
200,000.
Levon announces raise. She's going to raise to 200,000. 200,000 is the announced amount. Actions fold around to Kevin in the small blind. Kevin's going to make the call. 200,000 and a call. Actions on Nick in the big blind. And Nick's going to make the call as well. 200,000 and a call. All right, 3 players here. Let's see the flop. Flop is deuce of hearts, ace of clubs, 7 of clubs. Kevin is first act.
Check.
Check.
Kevin checks. Over to Nick. Nick checks. Over to Levon. Levon's going to bet out 300,000. 300,000 is the bet. Actions back to Kevin in the 1 seat. Kevin's gonna make the call. Actions over to Nick. And Nick's gonna fold. 300,000 and a call. 2 players remaining. Let's see the turn card. Turn card is the deuce of clubs. Kevin is first to act.
Check.
Kevin checks. Over to Levon.
I'll check.
Levon checks as well. Both players check the turn. Let's see the river card. River card is the king of hearts. Kevin is first to act.
Sick of getting raised.
You know,
Kevin
yeah,
checks.
I'm good with
Levon
this. It's probably
checks
check,
as
right?
well. Ace 9 is shown
Okay.
for Levon for a pair of aces.
Aces and twos for the king. I thought we were chopping.
No,
I had to
no.
word her the pot.
Okay.
44 minutes left at this level. 10,000 ante, 40,000, 80,000 on the blinds. Cam's going to be first to act. Actions fold around to Kevin in the 1 seat. He's going to raise to 180,000. 180,000 is the raise. Nick folds over to Levon in the big blind. And Levon's going to make the call. 180,000 and a call. All right, going to be heads up here. Let's see the flop. Flop is 4 spades, 5 of clubs, deuce of diamonds. Levon is first to act. Checks over to Kevin. Kevin's going to bet. 175,000. 175 is the bet. Levon folds and Kevin's going to win the pot. Just over 42 minutes left of this level. 10,000 ante, 40,000, 80,000 on the blinds. We started the tournament with 506 players, down to our final 5. Fifth place today is going to pay just over 35,000. First place, just over 166,000 in the HPT main event bracelet. 10,000 ante, 40,000, 80,000 on the blinds. Matt's going to be first to act. That's going to raise to 200,000. 200,000 is the raise by Matt. Over to Kevin. Kevin folds over to Nick in the 2 seat. Nick folds over to Levon in the small blind. 200,000 is the current bet. Levon folds over to Cam in the big blind.
What's that? Knock your phone off.
Actions fold around, and Matt's going to win the pot. So over 40 minutes left at this level. 10,000 ante, 40,000, 80,000 on the blinds. That's going to raise to 220,000. Actions folded around to Matt in the big blind. 220,000 is the current bet. And
slowly.
Matt's going to move all in.
Count.
Slowly.
Nick has asked for a count.
You want to try that again? Oh, sorry. Kevin, check out Kenny.
1,010,000?
1,010,000 is the total bet. 1,010,000 is the total bet that Matt is all in for. Action still currently on Nick in the 2 seat.
Sorry, Kenny, we shouldn't have driven together today. You gotta sit here and sleep through this.
All right, and Nick's going to make the call. 1,010,000 and a call. Matt shows king, queen of clubs. Nick shows ace of spades and jack of diamonds.
Showdown. Yeah. Yeah. Oh my gosh.
All right, Nick is currently in the lead here with ace of spades, jack of diamonds. Matt has king of clubs, queen of clubs, and his tournament life is at risk. Let's see the flop. Flop is eight of spades, ace of diamonds, 6 of clubs. Nick does pair his ace and is still in the lead. Let's see the turn card. Turn card is the 8 of diamonds, and that's going to do it. Let's see the river card. River card is the 3 of diamonds. Let's give Matt a round of applause. 5th place for Matt.
Nice to meet you, Matt.
Thank you.
Good job, man.
All right, well, way to hang on. Good hands. Good call.
That was almost as bad as Kenny's ace-8 call.
Huh?
It taken 3 minutes yesterday with ace-8.
I like that. King, queen, 20. The button's not always going to have an ace there. You know? It's going to probably
Really?
anyway. Right?
Is it an auto call?
No. One big blind?
Yes. Big blind. Annie's place?
Sure.
Nope. You paid your entry fee. You got every right to think about everything.
Now, as Kevin would say, that took a little time to think about that. Man.
All right, Matt does leave us in 5th
He
place.
probably ate snap, but I mean, it's,
We're
I mean, like, if I raise that hand,
35,175.
I know what I'm doing
yeah, I
with
gotta
you
go.
two.
If we go, right.
So,
4th place is going to pay just over 46,000. First still, we're just over 166.
sometimes it's not bad to think and perhaps deviate from your plan.
Pretty sure I was never going
Nick
to
is
fold.
first to act here. He folds over to Levine.
I'll play with you.
There's one big blind, right?
Yes.
We have one
I
big
move all
blind
in.
this hand.
All in.
And Cam's going to move all in out of the 6th seat. Actions over to Kevin. Kevin folds, actions back to Levine.
Well, at least I need a count.
Levine has asked for a count.
740.
740.
740,000 is the total bet.
This would be such a sick call. I can't.
740,000. Levon's going to fold, and Cam is going to win the pot.
Jack.
It's worse than that. They were suited.
10-9.
Close.
I had 10-9.
Did you? Oh, then I'm glad I folded.
Dead button.
$10,000, 40,000, 80,000, just over 35 minutes. Bob's
200.
gonna be first act.
Raise
200.
Raise to 200,000. 200,000 is the raise. Cam folds over to Kevin in the 1 seat. Kevin folds. Actions to Nick in the 2 seat. 200,000 is the current bet. Nick folds and Levon is gonna win the pot.
Thank you.
Just over 34 minutes left at this level. 10,000 Andy. 40,000, 80,000 on the blinds.
Last man
So
standing
to
on
the
this side of the
tournament.
table.
Yeah.
506 players. Down to our final 4. Cam's going to be first to act in the 6th seat. He folds over to Kevin. Kevin's going to raise
175.
to 175,000, 175. Action is on Nick. Nick's going to make the call. Levon folds, and we're going to be heads up to the flop.
Check. Check.
All right, let's see the flop. Flop is King of Hearts, Ace of Hearts, King of Clubs. Nick has checked the flop. Action's over to Kevin. He checks as well. Both players check the flop. Let's see the turn card. Turn card is the Ace of Spades. Nick is first to act.
Pinochle deck.
Yeah.
Nick's going to bet 100,000. And Kevin's going to make the call. 100,000 and a call. Still heads up here. Let's see the river card. River card is the 3 of Hearts. Nick is first to act. Nick's going to bet out.
275.
275,000, 275. Action's over to Kevin.
$750.
Kevin's going to raise to 750,000.
Call.
You and then
Nick says call. Let's see him. Ace is full for Nick. Ace 3. Ace is full for Nick, and he's going to win the pot. Anyone else drinks while she's here in the audience? No one? Coffee. There you go. She's right there, Phil. About
Here's
31
40.
minutes left at this level. 10,000 Andy, still 40,000. 80,000 on the lines. Kevin's going to be first to act.
$170.
Kevin's going to raise to 170,000, 170. Nick's going to re-raise to a total bet of 450,000. Levon folds, Cam folds, actions back to Kevin. Kevin's going to fold in, Nick's going to win the pot. About 30 minutes left at this level. 10,000 Annie, 40,000, 80,000. Any players or audience members want to check out some of the photos from today? We have a booth set up right outside the ballroom.
Can we edit those pictures?
$40,000, $80,000 on the blinds. Nick's going to be first to act. Nick's going to raise the 200,000. 200,000 is the raise. Action's folded around to Kevin in the 1 seat. Kevin's going to make the call. 200,000 and a call. And we're going to be heads up. Let's see the flop. Flop is 4 of spades, deuce of hearts, 8 of clubs. Kevin is first act, and he checks over to Nick. Nick's gonna bet 200,000. Action's back to Kevin. Kevin's going to make the call, 200,000 and a call. Still heads up here. Let's see the turn card. Turn card is the queen of clubs. Kevin is first act. Kevin checks over to Nick. Nick's going to bet. 500,000. Back to Kevin. And Kevin's going to make the call. 500,000 and a call. Still heads up here. Let's see the river card. River card is the ace of hearts. Kevin is first to act. Checks over to Nick.
Sucks you hit your queen. I check.
Nick checks as well. Both players check the river. Kevin shows Jack 8 for a pair of 8s. And Kevin is going to win the pot.
I bluff you, you bluff me.
Back and forth, right?
What's fun playing? Spectator sport.
It's fun playing with you.
It's fun watching you.
As long as it's fun for everyone else. The audience having fun, that's what's
It goes in stretches.
That was good battling.
You and I were battling, and now me and him are battling. And somehow I'm always involved.
You are.
Wait a minute. Hold the action.
Yeah, this is wrong.
This is wrong.
I was the big
It was
blind.
my button.
I was
because-
the big
Because
blind.
this gentleman opened under the gun before.
Yep.
That didn't feel right to me either.
No, he's right. He's
No, it's
he's
100%.
right.
It was my big
under
blind.
gun. Kevin
What
called
was
that a
my
big
hand
blind.
going to be? What was my hand? That would have been my hand. That would have been your hand.
Get.
Oh. Wait, no. It would have been moved one over.
Oh yeah, there you go.
No, it goes
But
behind,
that's the
doesn't
best hand I've seen.
No,
back.
one over. You would have had jacks. That's why we look.
Do we have to re-ante?
No.
10,000 ante, 40,000, 80,000 on the blind. Just over 25 minutes left at this level. Levon's going to be first. Levon folds over to Cam.
What you gonna do?
Huh?
Cam folds over to Kevin.
What am I going to
You
do?
gotta say first.
I'm going to look at my hand.
Okay.
How about that? Then I
That's
will
always
tell
a
you
good
what I'm
start.
going to do. All right, why don't you fold?
Kevin folds, and Nick is going to win the pot.
A really bad hand. Yeah, see? I got that Spidey senses.
How do you know that?
Spidey senses,
That's
kid.
what-
What did you show?
Nice.
I had a jack, too. Could have played it. I had a jack. I was like, nah, man.
$10,080, 40-80 on the blinds. Cam folds over to Kevin on the button.
$190.
Kevin's going to raise to $190,000 was the announced amount. $190,000. Nick folds.
I'll call.
And Levon's going to make the call. $190,000 and a call. All right, going to be heads up to the flop. Let's see the flop. Flop is 10 of hearts, ace of hearts, 8 of clubs. Levon is first act. $200,000 is the announced amount. $200,000. Action's over to Kevin. Kevin folds, and Levon's going to
You
win the
bluffed
pot.
me. I know you bluffed me, but that's
I
okay.
did it. I mean, I hit something.
You had an 8. It was way better. My stacks were swinging enough. So I take one off.
Just over 22 minutes left at this level. 10,080, 40-80 on the blinds. Kevin's going to be first act. Kevin's first act. Kevin's going to raise. To 170,000, 170 is the raise. Action's over to Nick. Nick folds. Levon folds over to Cam.
I want one.
And Cam says all in.
How much is it total?
Kevin has asked for a count.
I know that's 5.
760, 750, 760.
750.
Cam is all in for 750,000 is the total bet.
Can you pull the 170 in? So I can visualize it.
Kevin's asked for the 170 to be pulled in.
Y'all don't have a very good hand. It's 580 more. Really don't have a good hand for this. I mean, it's okay for this. 340, 380, 420. 580? Is that right? Could be racing. Slide in there. Fuck it. I gamble.
And Kevin's going to make the call.
Come on, Mark.
Kevin shows
This is the
Jack
tie
10.
day.
Oh my god.
Jack of clubs, 10 of diamonds.
There's gonna
Cam
be a
shows
swipe.
Jack of diamonds, 10 of clubs.
You ship Jack 10 on me.
Man.
All right. Cam's tournament life is at risk
Can't lay
here.
one down, huh, buddy?
What if you have Jack 9? Yeah. Then I look like an idiot.
Let's see the flop. Up is King of Hearts, 10 of Spades,
Put
and
a queen
9
up
of
there.
clubs.
Next hand.
Yeah,
Let's see the
next
turn card. And the river card.
One more club.
River card is the 9 of Spades. And it's going to be a chop pot.
I'd be pissed if you had Jack 9.
Both pair. 10s and 9s with a king.
I mean, how many ties there have been like that?
Yeah, there's been 3 or 4, right?
Unreal. Well, it was Jacks, Jack 10,
Yep.
Ace King. Was it Ace King? Ace King?
Ace King, yep.
Yeah.
The Jacks, Ace King, and there was another one, wasn't there?
Yeah. Yes. Jack, Ace King, and the one, this one.
I thought,
No,
that
there
was,
was another
I thought there was 4, yeah. I thought that was the 4th one.
Oh, 2 ace kings. You had ace queen. Jacks for
Jacks for sure, yeah.
Yeah.
People be looking at that later on. Your guy's will be on. Call. My guy's will be going.
Yeah.
Fold, fold.
Yeah.
All right, just under 19 minutes left at this level. We're still at 10,000, 80,
My guys
40,000,
already know I
80,000.
probably called.
Make his first act. Action's folded around a cam in the small blind.
Another natural, Kenny.
Yeah, I figured you
Shows
would show
5-4
me.
and folds, and Kevin's going to win the pot.
I had you dominated, kid.
Thank you.
Vaughn's first act, she folds over to Cam.
I go all in.
All in.
Cam says all in. Action's over to Kevin in the 1 seat.
Let me just make sure.
Like 7.
Kevin folds over to Nick.
It's a little bit different when I.
Oh, yeah, when you're calling.
Nick folds and shows Jack 10.
Are you trying to say you play better than us? You're not willing to get a stack in with Jack 10?
I fold the Ace Jack. I'm sorry, the Jack 10.
He plays better than us, Mike.
I don't know. You guys got all the action on there. I'm just a fan of
Staying in there.
you 3 playing so well.
Stay in there.
I like a courtesy double if you join the action now.
Why? You just will back away.
The party's over here.
Cam's going to be first act here. He folds over to Kevin. Kevin folds. Action's on Nick in the small blind.
Raise.
Nick's going to raise
200,000.
to 200,000.
I don't think she's playing.
Don't show Jack 10.
And Levon folds, and Nick's going to win.
That's it,
Sometime
6-2.
I'll wake up and these.
Seem to do when I
What was
raise.
that? Did I hear that right?
That or on the soft spot.
Levon?
Yeah.
You woke up with a few hands under the blinds.
That's true. That's true, right. A better memory than I.
I remember some check raises I had 3 seat, 4 seat.
It's gonna be so sick this hand, Mike. I'm gonna ace queen. You're gonna have ace jack. We're both gonna fist pump. If you get ace jack and I raise, you should probably fold. Just letting you know.
Okay.
Kevin's going to be first act. He's under the gun. Kevin folds over to Nick.
Raise. 170.
Nick's going to raise
Yes.
to 170,000. Levon and Cam.
Ooh, that was
Both
almost.
fold.
You want those back?
That was almost some free information.
You show
And
something?
Nick's going to win the pot.
No, almost, but not quite.
Instead, he gave her a
Almost
paper
missed.
cut.
Yeah. Can you go on?
9-7 suited.
Better.
10-7's a good.
Nick's going to be first act. He folds over to Levon. Levon folds, Cam folds, and Kevin's going to win the pot.
That was all yours, buddy.
I had a 3.
That's all yours.
You when you scoop a pot, you try to tilt somebody.
Huh?
It was all yours, he goes.
It was all yours. I couldn't call you. In the world. They had us here way too early this morning.
Raise. Raise.
On his first act, she announces raise. Hold on 1 second. Stop here.
I apologize, sorry.
It's 25.
No, absolutely.
225,000.
Sorry about that, everyone, ladies and gentlemen.
225. Cam folds. Kevin folds. Over to Nick. Action's folded around, and Levon's going to win the pot. $40,000, $80,000 on the blinds. Just over 12 minutes left.
720.
Cam is first act. He moves all in. Kevin folds. Over to Nick. Nick folds. Over to Levon. Levon says call. Let's see the hands. Ace 10 for Cam. Levon shows ace 5, ace of spades, 5 of diamonds for Levon. Cam has ace of clubs, 10 of hearts. All right, Cam's turn of life is at risk, but he's currently in the lead.
I don't know. It's a good call.
All right. Good. All right, let's see the flop. Flop is Jack of Hearts, 7 of spades, ace of diamonds. Both players pair
Nothing to see
their
here.
ace, but Cam is still in the
7 of
lead
diamonds
with
on
his
the
10.
Yep, where else?
Let's
Y'all
see the
can't
turn
help
card.
but chopping.
Wow.
Turn card is a 5 of spades.
7 of diamonds on the river. Nothing to see here.
It's gonna be a split.
Levon does pair her 5 and make 2 pair.
7-10 jack, that's all. It's easy enough. 7-10 jack.
Cam needs a jack or 7
Don't
for
be
the
greedy,
chop
just a
or a
7.
10 for the win. Or he's going to leave us in 4th place. Let's see the river card. River card is the 4 of diamonds, and Cam's going to leave us in 4th place. Let's give him a round of applause.
Oh, good play, man.
Good catch. Hold on.
Cam does leave us in 4th place for $46,997. 3rd place today is going to be just over $67,000. Second, just over $101,000. First, $166,000. Down to our final 3 players.
Annie's, please. Yeah, I could use a break.
we get a break?
Nice job. Oh, you're here.
A break?
All right, see, James, get your pay out.
You want to break it off?
Do you guys want to take 5 to go to the bathroom? Is that?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Can we get a
If
break?
she's okay.
Jeremy?
Shema.
What's the question?
We get a break?
Just 5 minutes. Pause the clock for the
In
bathroom.
9 minutes, or you want to take it right now?
Just 5 minutes to go to the bathroom. That's all. Thank you.
I'm gonna run to the bathroom too.
Yes, I'm all about bathroom breaks.
All right, we're going to pause just here for a couple minutes while the players take a quick break.
Thanks. I'm all set.
All right, 10,000 Annie.
We ready back there? Yeah, ready? Okay.
10,000 Annie, 4080. Go ahead and deal. 9.5 minutes left at this level. Nick's going to be first act here on the button. Nick folds, Levon folds, and Kevin's going to win the first spot three-handed. $10,000 Annie, still 40,000, 80,000 on the blinds. On his first act on the button.
Raise.
Fun's going to raise
250.
to 250,000. 250,000 is the raise. Kevin folds over to Nick. Nick folds as well, and Levon's going to win the pot. About 8 minutes left at this level. 10,084 or 40,000, 80,000 on the blinds. Started the tournament with 506 players, down to our final three. Third place today is going to walk away with 67,595. Second place just over 101,000, and first place just over 166,000. Kevin's going to be first act on the button. Kevin folds over to Nick. Nick's going to raise to 225,000.
I'll raise.
Levon announces a re-raise. Levon's going to re-raise.
Go ahead. Go ahead and continue the back.
This is my bet.
$500,000 is the total re-raise amount. Action's back to Nick, and he says call. 500,000 and a call. All right, gonna be heads up here. Let's see the flop. Flop is King of Spades, Four of Clubs, Queen of Hearts. Nick is first act. Checks to Levon.
$250.
250,000 is the announced amount. 250 is the announced amount.
It's 200. 250,000. Yeah. It is.
Just making sure I heard.
Yeah, no, you got it right.
250, action's back to Nick. Nick's gonna fold and Levon's gonna win the pot.
So I played in the satellite Friday night, and this man beside me, I'm not kidding, belittled everything I did the whole evening. I hope he's watching now. Every hand.
For sure.
Took it upon himself to be my poker coach.
Just over 5 minutes left at this level. 10,000, 80, 40,000, 80,000
Don't
on
worry.
the blinds.
I've been criticized many, many times.
All right, you just,
in
you
my
know.
poker career.
All right.
And you just shut your mouth, smile.
I don't know why this one got to me. And usually doesn't. This man, he just, and he found me on break to put me down. Pursued me. 40,000. You're right.
40,000 is a small.
Yes.
Nick's gonna be first act on the button. Nick folds over to Levon in the small blind. Levon folds, and Kevin's gonna win the pot. Our final 3 players started with 506 players, just over 4 minutes remaining at this level. 10,000 ante, 40,000, 80,000 on the blinds. Levon's going to be first to act on the button. Levon folds. Over to Kevin in the small blind.
225.
Raise 225.
Kevin's going to raise to 225,000. Nick folds, and Kevin's going to win the pot. Kevin's first act here, he folds. Over to Nick.
Raise 225.
Nick raises to 225,000. Levon makes the call. Gonna be heads up here. Let's see the flop. Flop is king of spades, jack of clubs, ace of diamonds. Nick is first to act. Checks over to Levon. Levon's going to bet 250,000. Action's back to Nick. Nick's going to make the call. 250,000 and a call. Still heads up. Let's see the turn. Your card is a 6 of clubs. Nick is first to act. Checks over to Levon. Levon's going to bet. 500,000 is the bet. Action's back to Nick. Nick's going to make the call. 500,000 and a call. Still heads up. Let's see the river card. River card is the 10 of diamonds. Nick is first to act. Nick's gonna bet out. 1,300,000, 1.3 on the bet.
Hated that river. I think your 2 pair or straight have my 2 pair. I'm gonna fold.
Levon's gonna fold, and Nick's gonna win the pot.
I hope you had better than 2 pair or straight on that board.
Now we've got about 40 seconds left at this level. It's probably gonna be the last hand at this level.
You would have called with 2 pair.
You think I'm a calling station?
No, you're just less risk averse than I am. I don't think you're a calling station at all.
I just call one if you got the bust in.
That was a good river for you.
I'm not sure if it was a good river for him or not, but it was definitely a bad river for you.
It was a bad river for me.
Nick's gonna be first to act. It's gonna be the last hand at this level.
Raise.
Nick's gonna raise to 200,000. Line folds, actions over to Kevin. Kevin's gonna make the call, 200,000 and a call. If he heads up, let's see the flop. Flop is king of hearts, three of diamonds, ace of spades. Kevin checks over to Nick. Nick's gonna bet. 150,000. And Kevin's gonna make the call. 150,000 in the call. Let's see the turn card. Turn card is the 5 of hearts. Kevin is first to act. Kevin's gonna bet.
265.
265,000. 265 is the bet. Action's over to Nick. Nick's gonna fold and Kevin's gonna take down the pot. All right, clock is paused while we switch out dealers here. New level, 10,000 Annie, 50,000, 100,000.
Can't wait to
New
see
level
Twitch.
here, 10,000 Annie, 50,000,
To
100,000.
see Twitch. I want to know what he had. I think he had the queen. Oh man, if you left me out of that hand, I'm going to be so mad. That was a huge, huge bet. Why bet that big?
Prepare to be mad.
What?
I said prepare to be mad.
Prepare to be mad? That's your take?
No, I mean, anything is a possibility.
Anything is. It's true. That's what I get for playing that hand.
Did you move the button? Kristen, did you move the button?
Yes.
That's correct. Okay. New level, 10,000 Annie, 50,000, 100,000.
Yeah.
All right, new level, once again, 10,000 Annie, 50,000, 100,000 on the blinds.
Whoa. I didn't have my ante out there.
No, if you just took it from that quarter you had on it. All right, 10,000 Annie, 50,000, 100,000. Fawn's gonna be first to act. Line folds over to Kevin in the small blind. Kevin's gonna fold, and Nick's gonna get a walk and win the pot. Push the antes, please. James, push him the antes, please, in the 2C.
Here, boom. Check it out. Wait, wait. Leave it there.
30,000.
That's yours.
There you go.
Just-
Just over 57 minutes left at this level, 10,000 Annie, 50,000, 100,000. Kevin's going to be first to act here on the button. Kevin's going to raise to 200,000. 200,000 is the bet. Action's over to Nick. Nick folds over to Levon. And she's going to make the call. 200,000 and a call. All right, heads up here. Let's see the flop. Flop is 10 of clubs, 6 of diamonds, 5 of spades. Levana's first act. Checks over to Kevin. Kevin's gonna bet.
175.
175,000 is the bet. Levine folds, and Kevin's gonna win the pot.
Ooh, that's gonna hit you. The camera came this close to bonking you in the head.
Nick is first act here on the button. Nick's gonna raise to 250,000. 250 is the raise. Over to Levine in the small blind. She folds over to Kevin.
$650.
Kevin's gonna re-raise to a total bet of 650,000. Nick folds and Kevin's gonna win the pot.
That's okay.
Levine's gonna be first act here on the button.
Raise.
Levine announces raise. Levine's gonna raise to a total bet of 200,000. Action's over to Kevin. Kevin folds. Action's on Nick now. Nick's gonna fold as well, and Levine's gonna win the pot. Just over 53 minutes left at this level. Still 10,000 ante, 50,000, 100,000 on the blinds. Kevin's first act, he raises it to 200,000. Action's on Nick. Nick's gonna re-raise out of the small blind. Levine folds. Nick's total re-raise amount is $550,000 is the total re-raise amount by Nick. Action's on Kevin in the one seat.
$1.3.
Kevin's gonna re-raise to a total bet of 1.3 million. 1,300,000 is the total re-raise amount by Kevin. Action's on Nick in the two seat.
one stack for me if you set all.
Action's back to Nick, and he's going to move all in. Action's now on Kevin in the 1 seat. Kevin's going to fold, and Nick's going to win the pot. $10,000, $80,000, $50,000, $100,000. Nick's going to be first act. Nick's going to fold over to the line in the small blind. She folds as well, and Kevin's going to win the pot. Started with 506 players, down to our final 3 players. Just over 48 minutes left at this level. 10,000, 80, 50,000, 100,000 on the blinds. Bond's going to be first act.
Race.
Vaughn announces race. Vaughn's going to raise to a total bet of 250,000. Kevin folds over to Nick in the big blind. And Nick's going to make the call. 250,000 and a call. And we're going to be heads up to the flop. Let's see the flop. Flop is Jack of 3 of hearts, King of spades, Jack of hearts. Nick is going to be first act. Checks over to the bond.
300. 300 is the bet.
300,000 is the bet by Levon. 300,000. Action's back to Nick. Nick's gonna raise. Total bet of 800,000 is the raise by Nick. 800,000. Action's back to Levant.
Can you pull the 250? 300. It's 500 a call. I'm gonna raise.
Levon announces re-raise. Levon's going to re-raise an additional
3.8, 1.3.
She's going to re-raise to a total of 1.3. The 300s have been pulled in. So it's a total bet re-raise of 1.3. The 300s have been pulled in.
Which one?
500.
500,000 more.
What do you say?
Pull in.
Go ahead and put out one stack for me if you're all in.
Action's back to Nick, and he's moved all in. Now it's to Levon.
I'm gonna fold. I guess you have the king.
All right. Levon says fold, and Nick is going to win the pot.
Or queen. Good bet.
Just over 42 minutes left at this level. Still 50,000, 100,000 on the blinds. Kevin's going to be first to act. Kevin's going to raise.
James 2. Yep.
200,000 is the raise by Kevin. Over to Nick in the small blind. Nick folds. Over to Levon. And Levon folds as well. And Kevin's going to win the pot.
James, check it. It wasn't right. Yeah, always check it. You're right. Thank you. For Kevin.
Thank you.
Just over 41 minutes left at this level. Still 10,000, 80, 50,000, 100,000 on the blind. Started with 506 players. Down to our final 3 players here at the HPT main event. This is day 3 of the 1650 main event. Nick's going to be first to act here on the button. Nick's going to raise to 250,000. Levon folds. Over to Kevin in the big blind. Kevin folds, and Nick is going to win the pot. Lavaan's going to be first act here on the button. 100,000 is our big blind. Lavaan's going to fold over to Kevin in the small blind. Kevin's going to fold, and Nick is going to win the pot. Get a walk.
Drinks, flushes there, drinks.
$200.
Kevin's going to be first act. He's going to raise to 200,000. Action's on Nick in the small blind. What's up? Nick makes the call, and Lavaan makes the call as well. Going to be 3 players to the flop. Let's see the flop. Flop is 9 of clubs, 3 of hearts, 5 of hearts. Nick is first to act. Checks over to Lavaan. Lavaan checks. Action's on Kevin. Kevin checks as well. All 3 players check the flop. Let's see the turn. Turn card is the 8 of spades. Nick is first act. Nick's gonna bet out. $375,000 was the bet. Lavaan folds. Action's over to Kevin. And Kevin's going to make the call, $375,000 and a call. All right, heads up now. Let's see the river card. River card is the Jack of Spades. Nick is going to be first act.
Call.
Nick is going to bet out, and Kevin makes the call right away. Nick shows pocket eights for 3 8s.
I had the time clean.
What was that bet?
The only thing I didn't want to see was the jack on the river.
750.
Ugh.
That was 500 right there.
Wow.
650.
650 was a bet by Nick. 650,000.
Good hands.
Oh, I'm sorry. 750,000. 750,000. Kevin said call.
Take it, so you're good.
Hmm.
All right, and Nick is going to win that pot.
Thanks, wife.
And about just over 35 minutes left at this level. 10,000 ante, 50,000, 100,000 on the blinds.
Yeah, sure. Yeah. Right, that was good too.
Nick's first act, he folds over to Levine in the small blind. Small
I'll
blind is
raise.
50,000.
She said raise? Yeah.
Levine announces raise. Levine's going to raise to a total bet of
A lot.
Score. James, I needed to know what it was.
385.
It was 415. Thank you. Okay. What was that?
No, 395.
395.
395,000 was the raise amount. Kevin folds, and Levine's going to win the pot.
Good. James. 1, 2, 2.5, okay? Yeah. 2. Go ahead, you keep dealing. Okay. 2.
I'll take those.
2.5. Good. Thank you. You want more? Another one?
Yeah.
Sure.
About 33 minutes left at this level, still 10,000, Andy, 50,000. 100,000 on the blinds.
Well, it's going to be first to act, so you're going back instead. You got the back up?
Blind folds, and Kevin makes the call option to Nick in the big blind.
Check this option.
Nick checks his option, and we're going to be heads up to the flop. Let's see the flop. Flop is Queen of Hearts, 6 of Hearts, 4 of Diamonds. Kevin's going to be first to act.
120.
128.
120, 120,000 is the bet by Kevin. Action's over to Nick.
It's raised.
Nick's going to raise to 300,000. Action's back to Kevin. Kevin's going to make the call. 300,000 and a call. Still heads up here. Let's see the turn card. Turn card is the deuce of diamonds. Kevin's first act. Checks over to Nick. Nick's going to bet out. 600,000. Kevin folds, and Nick is going to win the pot.
James, 2.5, okay, you want to color up here? Okay. 1, 2, 2.5. 2.
Yeah.
Sorry, guys.
Okay.
50,000, 100,000 on the blinds. Kevin's going to be first to act. Kevin folds over to Nick in the small blind.
Can you play your bigger chips like a team?
Yeah.
Come on, you know you got all the chips.
I want to get them all.
Yeah.
Nick's going to raise to 300,000. Levon folds, and Nick is going to win the pot.
I love you.
Nick, do we have someone else that's cheering for you that she wasn't here when we did introductions?
His wife.
Did you introduce your
Wife cheering you on
I
there?
didn't think you did.
When we did introductions earlier, you weren't here, so I was giving them the
That's why I said
opportunity
she's
to
on her way.
introduce you. Sorry, 21 and older.
Did you really bring her? Yeah, they won't even let them stay in the hotel.
I know.
Nick's going to be first to act on the button. Nick's going to raise to 300,000. Over to Levon in the small blind. Levon folds. Action's over to Kevin. Kevin folds, and Nick is going to win the pot.
You're doing a great job, Nick. You really are.
Thank you.
Levon's going to be first to act on the button. Levon folds over to Kevin in the small blind. Kevin folds, and Nick is going to win the pot. About 28 minutes left at this level. 10,000 ante, 50,000, 100,000 on the blinds. $10,000 ante, 50,000, 100,000. Kevin's going to be first to act. Kevin folds over to Nick in the small blind.
I'm all in.
Nick's going to raise.
All right.
Levon
It's
says
probably
all
not.
in.
Oh, yeah, right.
And Nick says call with
I
pocket
about.
aces.
No, there's 5 cards to come.
Yeah, exactly. There's going to be 2 sevens, right?
I just fold me.
Oh my gosh.
Wow.
Thank you. I'll need it. I don't even really want hearts. What do I want here?
All right, Nick has pocket aces here. Ace of hearts, ace of spades.
3 hearts and no more.
Yeah, just 3.
Levon
Wait to the
has
river.
Jack of
Yeah.
hearts, 7 of hearts, and is currently
He's
all
got
in.
no
Her
outs.
tournament life is at risk. Let's see the
man,
flop.
that was the wrong time. It was a face card. I was so happy. Not good.
Flop is queen of clubs, king of hearts, 4 of clubs.
What do I need here even?
10 of hearts.
Ah, but that'd be
Hearts is a good
okay.
card.
But
Nick
then
is
you'd
still
have
in the
all
lead with
kinds
his
of
pocket
other
aces.
Nothing red.
Let's see the turn card.
Ah, that kept it exciting, right?
Turn card is the 7 of spades.
Now I've got
her
some
7.
outs. 4, 5, 6, 7. 7 outs. Come on, dealer.
Vaughn's going to need to see a jack or a 7, which is going to leave us in 3rd place. Let's see the river card. And the river card is the 4
not
of
to be
spades. Nick's going to make 2
excellent.
pair aces and 4s. Let's give Levon a round of applause. 3rd place
Yeah.
for Levon.
All right.
All right, players, the clock is paused while we square up for heads-up play.
Yeah. Okay. Oh, yeah. Yeah.
right, back from our quick break here. All right, let's give our final two players a round of applause. We have Kevin in the 3 seed with 3,020,000 in chips, and Nick in the 7 seed with 12,160,000 in chips.
Good luck, man.
Good luck.
All right, 10,000, 80, 50,000, 100,000.
Fix the button here. We'll have
Small blind on the button. Kevin, you'll be the big blind. First card of the big blind. 25 minutes left at this level. Good luck, guys. Go ahead and get the cards in the air. Second place today is going to be just over 101,000. First place today, 166,000. The $3,600 championship package and the new HPT main event bracelet. Button's going to be first to act here. Heads up play. Nick's going to raise to 250,000. Action's over to Kevin. And Kevin's going to make the call. 250,000 and a call. First hand of heads up play here. Let's see the flop. Flop is ace of diamonds, 3 of spades, deuce of clubs. Kevin's first to act. Checks over to Nick. Nick's going to bet out 210,000. Kevin folds and Nick wins the first hand. Started the tournament with 506 players, down to our final two. 10,000, 80, 50,000, 100,000 on the blinds. Kevin's going to be first to act here on the button. Kevin's going to make the call option to Nick in the big blind. Nick's going to raise to a total bet, 400,000. Action's back to Kevin. Kevin's going to fold in. Nick's going to win the pot. Nick's first to act here on the button. Nick's going to raise to 250,000. Action's over to Kevin. Kevin folds and Nick's going to win the pot. Kevin's going to be first to act here on the button. Kevin makes the call. Option to Nick in the big blind. Nick's going to raise to a total bet, 400,000. Action's back to Kevin. Kevin's going to fold, and Nick's going to win the pot. About 21 minutes left at this level. Still 10,000 ante. 50,000, 100,000. Nick's going to be first act here on the button. Nick folds, and Kevin's going to win the pot.
Got him.
Kevin's going to be first act here on the button. Kevin makes the call option to Nick in the big blind. Checks his option. All right, let's see the flop. Flop is Jack of spades, deuce of spades, nine of clubs. Nick is first act, checks, over to Kevin. Kevin's gonna bet out 100,000. Action's back to Nick. Nick's gonna make the call, 100,000 and a call. All right, let's see the turn card. Turn card is the 10 of diamonds. Nick is first act. Checks, over to Kevin. Kevin checks as well, both players check the turn. Let's see the river card. River card is the 3 of spades. Nick is first, checks over to Kevin. Kevin's gonna bet 100,000. Nick folds, and Kevin's gonna take down the pot. Just over 18 minutes left at this level. 10,000 ante, 50,000, 100,000 on the blinds. Nick's going to be first act here on the button. Nick's going to raise total bet of 300,000. Kevin's going to fold, and Nick's going to win the pot. So over 17 minutes left at this level. 10,000 ante, 50,000, 100,000 on the blinds. Kevin's going to be first act here on the button. Kevin folds. Nick gets a walk and is going to win the pot.
It's over there.
50,000, 100,000 on the blinds. Nick's going to be first to act on the button. Nick's going to raise to 300,000. Action's over to Kevin. Kevin's going to fold, and Nick's going to win the pot.
What's that? I got no chips. I gotta get pumped somehow.
So for 15 minutes left at this level, 10,000 ante, 50,000, 100,000. Started with 506 players, down to our final two. Both players will walk away with at least over $100,000. Kevin's going to be first to act on the button. Kevin's going to make the call. Option to Nick in the big blind. Nick's going to raise. Nick raises to 400,000. Action's back to Kevin, and he's going to re-raise. $1.5 million is the re-raise by Kevin. Went from 400 to 1.5. Action's back to Nick. Nick folds, and Kevin's going to win the pot. Just over 13 minutes left at this level. $250 is the raise by Nick. Kevin folds, and Nick's going to win the pot. It's over 13 minutes left at this level. 10,000 ante still. 50,000, 100,000 on the blinds.
Just a reminder, guys, it's all 60-minute levels.
What's that?
We finish out this level. In future levels, once it gets heads up, it's 30 minutes. So just reminding you guys.
Oh, cool. 500. They want us to get it in. You want to get it in?
Do it.
Try it last time.
Kevin's first act, he folds. Nick's going to win the pot. Ooh, shows aces.
I got them sick reads, pimpin'.
Good read.
$10,000 ante, still 50,000, 100,000 on the blinds. Down to our final two players here at the HPT main event at the Ameristar Casino in East Chicago, Indiana. Nick's first act here, he raises to 250,000. Action's over to Kevin. Kevin's going to make the call, 250,000 and a call. All right, let's see the flop. Flop is 7 of clubs, 5 of clubs, 6 of diamonds. Kevin is first act and checks over to Nick. Nick's going to bet 250,000. 250 is the bet. Action's over to Kevin. Kevin's going to fold, and Nick's going to win the pot. Kevin's going to be first act here on the button. Kevin's going to raise to 200,000. Action's over to Nick. Nick's going to make the call, 200,000 and a call. And let's see the flop. Flop is 5 of hearts, 8 of diamonds, 6 of spades. Nick is first to act. Checks. Over to Kevin. Kevin checks as well. Both players check the flop. Let's see the turn. Turn card is the 8 of hearts. Nick is first to act. Nick's going to bet out 250,000. Action's over to Kevin. Kevin's going to make the call, 250,000 and a call. All right, let's see the river card. River card is the 8 of spades. Nick is first to act. Nick is going to bet out 500,000. Action's over to Kevin.
No choice but to bluff, huh?
Kevin's going to make the call. Let's see a winner. Nick shows 4-5. 4 8s full of 5s. Kevin folds, and Nick's going to win the pot. Nick's going to be first actor on the button. Nick's going to raise to 250,000. Action's over to Kevin. He folds, and Nick's going to win the pot. Just over 7 minutes left at this level. All future levels heads up will be 30 minutes of play. Still at 10,000 Annie, 50,000, 100,000 on the blinds.
All in.
Kevin's going to be first act, and he's going to move all in.
1.3.
Action's over to Nick.
20.
Nick's going to fold, and Kevin's going to win the pot. Nick's going to be first act on the button. Nick's going to raise to 250,000. Action's over to Kevin. Kevin folds, and Nick is going to win the pot. Kevin's going to be first act on the button. Just over 5 minutes left at this level. Kevin's going to make the call option to Nick in the big blind. Nick's going to check his option. All right, let's see the flop. Flop is 9 of clubs, 3 of clubs, 6 of diamonds. Nick is first to act. Checks. Over to Kevin. Kevin's going to bet 100,000. Action's back to Nick. Nick folds, and Kevin's going to win the pot. Nick's going to be first act here on the button. Nick's going to raise to 250,000. Action's over to Kevin.
All in.
Kevin has announced all in, and Nick folds, and Kevin is going to win the pot. Kevin's going to be first act on the button. Kevin's going to make the call option to Nick in the big blind. Nick's going to check his option. All right, let's see the flop. Flop is 10 of diamonds, 8 of spades, 5 of diamonds. Nick is first to act. Checks over to Kevin. Kevin's going to bet 100,000. And Nick makes the call, 100,000 and a call. All right, let's see the turn card. Turn card is the Queen of Clubs. Nick is first to act. Nick checks to Kevin. Kevin's going to bet 225,000. Actions back to Nick. Nick's going to fold, and Kevin's going to win the pot. About 1 minute left at this level. We're still at 10,000 ante, 50,000, 100,000. Nick's going to raise to 250,000. Kevin folds, and Nick's going to win the pot. Kevin's going to be first act here on the button. Kevin's going to fold, and Nick is going to win the pot. All right, looks like we're going to get one more hand at this level. One more hand at this level, last hand. This is going to be the last hand at this level. Last hand at 10,000 ante, 50,000, 100,000. Nick's going to raise to 250,000. Kevin's going to fold. And Nick is going to win the pot.
Let me pause the pot. So we usually offer dinner break after 6 levels. It's up to you guys what you want to do. If you want to keep playing, or if you want to take a quick 10-minute, it's up to you guys.
Keep playing?
I mean, I haven't eaten since breakfast.
It's up to you guys.
I'd like to go get a meal.
It's up to you guys. I mean, I have a dinner break schedule, so if either one of you wanted it, we'll still take it. That's what we'll do. So what we're going to do is we're going to take, if you want to take the dinner break, yes? Okay, we'll take a 1-hour dinner break. Okay? 45? Is 45 enough? I mean, it's up to you.
You can't start without me, right? I'll try to be back in
Essentially,
45. I'll try to be back in 45.
Where do you know where you're going?
Probably downstairs.
The buffet?
No, the grill.
Stadium. Oh, stadium. Yeah. Okay, let's do. We've got